Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the fourth and final day of NERx, the virtual convention of the Northeast region of the NMRA. NERx is bringing you 4 nights of clinics, layout tours, and roundtables. We also have a model showcase featuring submissions from members across the region. You can see all those entries on our website, www.nerx.org. My name is Paul Stamp. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of the Lake Shores Division, and I'll be your host for this evening. Tonight, NERx is sponsored by Scale Sound Systems and Iowa Scaled Engineering. Scale Sound System provides aftermarket drop-in speakers, LED conversion kits, decoders, and parts for model trains. They also are an authorized dealer for ESU, Ring, Soundtracks, TCS, NERx trains, and Proto Throttle. Iowa Scaled Engineering was founded by 2 engineers with an interest in electronics and railroading, modeling, and the real thing. Iowa Scaled Engineering designs and manufactures a variety of useful widgets focusing on both makers and tinkerers of the world, as well as model railroaders. Innovative products such as Proto Throttle, Squealer, Motorman, and much more have revolutionized the immersive nature of technology in model railroading. Every night is a brand new drawing for $50 gift vouchers from our sponsors. This means you need to enter every night to participate. Tonight, 4 certificates will be awarded. Registration for tonight's drawing will close at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, and the drawing will occur at 10 p.m. Look for a link to register for the drawing in the description of tonight's YouTube feed. During NERx, if you subscribe or resubscribe to the NER Coupler, the Northeast Region's magazine, you'll be automatically entered into a drawing for a chance to win a $100 gift card to Bar Mills. Look for the link to subscribe in the YouTube live feed description or scan the QR code when you see it on the advertisement during NERx. You can also donate and keep programs like NERx running. Just go to nerx.org and scroll down to the bottom of the page where you'll be able to click on the PayPal button to make a donation with your credit card, debit card, or PayPal account. Now let's get started. Our first clinic for the evening is entitled Coal, Cod, and Cash by Steve Erickson. Steve has been modeling since he was 10 and finally is getting the hang of it.
Absolutely.
He is the past superintendent of the Little Roadie division. He primarily models in HO scale. He's a contributor to the division's T-Track N-scale layout and helps with the Chester and Beckett each year at Springfield. He builds really nice structures, but is terrible with electronics. Please help me welcome to the show, Steve Erickson. Welcome in, Steve. Anything you want to tell us about your clinic?
Well, aside from the fact that that was the most brutally honest introduction I've had in quite some time, and I appreciate that. the clinic itself is about a small, short line. It's a great thing to model. It's one of the ideas of having a prototype that you can actually model. So I put some thoughts into it, and I hope people enjoy it.
Awesome. Well, with that, let's roll the tape speed.
Welcome to this clinic on coal, cod, and cash. What is that about, you might ask? Well, it's about a very small part of the old colony railroad that was later absorbed by the New Haven, of course. But this part of the railroad in particular has an unusual history. It's the part that goes from Newport, Rhode Island to Fall River. It's just 30 miles long. It's not a long part of the railroad, but it has a tremendous amount of interest for prototype modelers, for people that are interested in developing a layout plan. It provides all sorts of inspiration for what you can do on a coastal railroad. And as a bonus, it would make a terrific shelf layout if you wanted to create a shelf layout that was running all along the coast. The entire railroad ran along the coast. So let's take a look at the presentation, and so you can start to see some of the good stuff that we have. This is actually slide 2. So here's slide 1. Coal, cod, and cash, the old colony railroad on Aquinic Island. It's not just a railroad, it's a legend. It has hard coal, really hard coal, incredibly hard coal, robber barons, fish stories, coastal steamers, major manufacturing center in Fall River, all in one place. And that's why I call it the story of coal, cod, and cash. Uh, Also tuna, lobster, squid, scallops. I mean, there's a reason calamari is the official appetizer of the state of Rhode Island. In any event, where is this railroad? It's on Aquinic Island. Aquinic Island, you're going to show you a little bit of geography. There it is. Uh, the railroad, we'll get to these in a minute, but the railroad runs from basically this point here in Newport all the way up along this line, all the way into um, the part here where small bridges connect to the mainland. Rhode Island's an interesting place. We've tried a couple of different rebranding operations. I know, Ray has gone through one recently. These are some of Rhode Island's failures. At one point, somebody wanted us to be cooler and warmer. Whatever that meant, nobody knew. But, fun-sized about works. So maybe we can say we're the fun-sized state, although I do have something else to say about that at the end of the presentation. So this is the traditional map of the Old Colony Railroad. It covers the area from Boston south. We see a lot of coverage of the areas up in Massachusetts, the Taunton area, down through the Cape. Those areas have been modeled and are quite popular, especially for those of us in New England. But this was the Old Colony in Newport, or the Old Colony in Fall River, or just the Old Colony, or part of the New Haven. It had a lot of names. But this area that in particular that we're going to be looking at is a very small part of the total of this line. Specifically, and I'm sorry that this is so fuzzy, but the part that goes from Fall River here right down to Newport. You can see there are a bunch of stations right there, and we're going to talk about some of those as we go along. But let's start at the southernmost part of the railroad, which was in Newport. This is what Newport looks like today. It's a tourist destination. It is incredibly crowded in the summer. It is very popular, and it is nothing like what it used to be. So we start there, and we start with what it looks like today. Moreover, this area that you can see that is a bunch of hotels used to be the primary location for the southern terminus of the railroad. So there's essentially nothing left of this, although you can see that this is Long Wharf down here along the bottom, and these areas up here in the upper left will also show up in a couple of photographs and a couple of maps and charts that I have for you. So this is what it looked like in colonial days. So Long Wharf right here, that was part of the last picture, but the wharf used to encompass a cove, and you can see the cove behind Long Wharf, and the fact that the railroad started filling in that cove for use in to create a railroad facility down here in the western part. This would be west. One of the interesting things, well, a couple of interesting things right away should strike you. First of all, they're just building the railroad on fill. Second of all, there are major facilities here on the major piers, on the two piers, that are designed to be useful for freight transport, but also for steamships, passenger service. A lot of people came up from New York on the old Fall River line, docked in Newport, then either took the train to Boston, or they were there in Newport and they were living in Newport for at least the summer or the summer season. And this is where the transportation interface took place. This is before the cove was filled in. The entire cove eventually does get filled in. In fact, when you look at um, the later photographs of this area, you can see some really interesting stuff. So one of the things I did was I took a photograph that was an original photograph, and I updated it a little bit with AI and colorized it so you could get a real sense of what this portion right here in the middle looked like once it was fully developed. And as you can see, it was remarkable. not only were there was there a lot of business in terms of freight cars, sidings, and so forth. You can see the steamship in the background. You can see the loading and unloading ports for the fishing industry and the entire commercial maritime industry, which had a very big presence in Newport at this time. But what this photograph doesn't show you is something that was on that previous slide. So I'm going to go back to that for a second. Specifically, for some reason, I have no idea why, but this seems to be pretty well documented. The roundhouse uh, was one where they entered through the back, and the turntable was right there by the water. So, why they did that way, no one knows. At least nobody that I've been able to find out. So you don't see it in this picture, but you can see it here in this engraving. Again, it seems to be pretty well documented. This has part of the cove filled in, more of the cove than was filled in before. You see it's a gradual process that took place over time as they expanded the railroad operations into the area that was previously uh, underwater. Today, it's by 1938, and this is an aerial photograph from 1938. You can see that there are the two piers in place. There are the tracks coming in here, passenger station right here at this location. And that passenger station we're going to take a close look at because it's certainly worth spending a few minutes with. Um, but before we get there, we're going to also look at some of the industries that are down in this area. This, by the way, is a close-up of that shows train tracks. By the way, this area here, over here is Cardines Field. It's still there. It's a recreational baseball league facility. That still stays, even though everything else you see is basically being converted into luxury resorts. So let's take a look at this document, which is a thesis that was written about a number of industries that existed in Newport. And I want to show one in particular because it shows off some of the commercial or industrial functions that were existing right along the coast, right along the harbor in Newport. This is what's called the Perry Mill. This was one of the original diagrams of it that the author of that document found. It shows pretty much what it is. What you don't see in this photograph is how close to the water it is. That building still exists. I'm going to show you a picture of it. Now it's a tourist resort, hotel, boutiques, so forth. But as you can see, it worked right up to the waterfront. And what was behind it was very much a working waterfront with shipbuilding and any other maritime industry that you can imagine. But we, of course, have turned it into a complete tourist resort. So you can go to Perry Mill today, and here's what you see. This great statue of a guy getting absorbed by a wave, I guess. It's called the Wave. So wave to him when you happen to visit Newport. But let's go back to Long Wharf. Long Wharf in the railroad days was one of the commercial hubs. You can see in this picture in the background one of the steamships. You can see some of the port buildings that were administrative in nature in this shot. Today, again, we're contrasting today and before. Up to here is where the steamships would have tied up. This area here is right where the turntable would have been. And these were all businesses along here and the yards behind it. The biggest industry was J.T. O'Connell, which was a major maritime ship's chandlery and provisioning company. It was a major employer in the city of Newport in its heyday. The station, well, what can you say? This is a very weird station. It's not that big. It has two constructions on the top that don't match each other. It doesn't look like any other kind of station you're going to find anywhere in the Northeast, as far as I know. It was designed because they needed a passenger station, but they didn't want a big one. So it's basically a couple of boxes, some open air through points. This is from the street side. I'm going to show you a view from the other side. I'm going to colorize it, run it through some AI so you can see what a New Haven um, self-propelled motive power would look like, to give you a sense of size and perspective. So again, this is not the original photo, but it's an AI version of it, and it really causes those two towers to stand out. And once again, I have no idea what the architect was thinking, but what a great model it would make. And this is another view of the street side of it. Shows how much of a working environment it was. It had quite a bit of ornamentation. So this is further up on the docks, where the offloading would have taken place for some of the rail and freight operations and the transportation between the movement between the ocean, between the water and the rail. So I found a Sanborn map, which again verifies the existence of this crazy backwards turntable. But it also shows how many different sidings there were in this location. And like I say, you back up, maybe just a little more, and then the locomotive's in the ocean. So what they were thinking of, this is the turntable. One of the locomotives. This was about as big as it got in terms of steam power on the old colony railroad. But you can see it was operational. It was eminently modelable. Nowadays, the station is a little smaller. This is not actually originally a railroad station, and it's not even in its original location, but it is where you can get the tourist trains and get information about the tourist trains down there near all that resort area. This building originally was the caretaker's house in a cemetery about 3 or 4 miles up track from where it is today. And when it was remaindered, the old colony folks brought it down and put it here to serve as a railroad station. Again, another nice little building that would make a terrific model. Passenger service, was the heyday was obviously in the 20s to a certain extent. By the 30s, it had petered out, but excursion trains still ran as long as the bridges were intact. The thing you need to know about Aquidneck Island is that until fairly recently, it was pretty isolated. There was no Newport Bridge. That was a ferry. It was a ferry to Bristol. There was a trolley line bridge and a railroad bridge off the north end of the island. But by and large, it was not an easily accessible location. So excursion trains like this still ran to some extent as late as the 1950s. At one point, you could take a train in Newport to get up through Fall River into Providence, and then the car would be attached to a southbound New Haven, and you could go in one car from Newport to New York in about the same amount of time it takes to do that same run today in an automobile. So as we move further north from Newport, we come into Middletown, which is the middle town, obviously, of the three communities that are on Aquidneck Island. So if you think about that map of Aquidneck Island, the south is Newport, north is Portsmouth, the middle is Middletown. Middletown, highly agricultural area, tremendous soil, one of the best locations in Rhode Island and most of New England for agricultural activities. As a result, unlike in most other places where many of the fields have been reforested over the years, on the island, pretty much the agricultural operations remained as a going concern. Various things over time, there was dairy farms, then it shifted into crop production such as corn. Nowadays, there are a tremendous number of vineyards. So those were all things you can model depending upon what era you want to model if you're looking at doing something in this southern New England coastal area. So this is an AI enhanced photo of the line on the Old Colony running north. As you can see, wasn't exactly a tourist location, but it gives you a good sense of how the line was straight and northward going all the way. So as we move through Middletown, we also have a station, which is a very nice station. Uh, that's the station I'm going to show you again, as the photo has been enhanced through AI and colorized in order to give you a real sense of what it may have looked like at one point. And so once we get past these pictures of the regular track in Middletown, we come to the station. And once again, you've got an unusual building for a station. Um, Sort of looks like a house that they attach part of the station to it. That might be the case. I don't know. Uh, Islands don't have rivers. Think about that. So the agricultural um, community was more likely to use wind because wind was plentiful in that location. It still is. Uh, One of the unusual things that you found on Quinnic Island were these windmills with 8 vanes. There weren't a lot of them, but they were very distinctive. In some of the parts of the world and some of the parts of the country, the 8 vane windmill is fairly common, but not in Rhode Island, not in New England. But it did show up with some degree of frequency uh, along the lines of the Old Colony Railroad. Um, and it helps set the location, helps set the scene, which is important. Then beyond as Middletown, as you moved up north, you came to the naval base. At one point, the Navy was a major presence on Quinnic Island and in Rhode Island in general. This is one of the 2 Navy piers in Middletown. As you can see, it was designed to have rail service and was a major uh, port for U.S. Navy, especially the cruisers and destroyers of the Atlantic Cruiser Destroyer Fleet that left Newport in 1973, which that was kind of the year that everything moved from being a Navy town to being a tourist town. When the ships departed, there were about 19,000 enlisted men on the ships, and the community was very adapted to that. So you can model, depending upon your time, a lot of naval ships, especially during World War II, the 1930s, even into the 50s and 60s, you would find rail service for the Navy on a railroad such as this. To give you some sense of what the piers looked like back then. Again, it's kind of fuzzy, but here it is. So there were a lot of destroyers. There were a lot of ships at that location prior to 1973. So there's a lot of opportunity for modeling a railroad servicing a naval base right along the coast. But we just didn't have the Navy. Then you get into Portsmouth and you have a coal mine. This was the coal mine. It was in Portsmouth, Rhode Island, right on the water. And I'm going to show you how that works in just a minute. But first, I wanted to take this photograph and I wanted to enhance it a little bit to give you a sense of what was there and how all the pieces fit together. It's amazing what you can do with AI these days. This is very simple processing of that same photograph to give you a really good feel for the various textures that were present there from the wood and the brick and the board and batten and all the different sidings that were part of that coal mine. It's hard to imagine a coal mine this large right on the water, but that's exactly where it was. And so you can, again, you've got an opportunity to model a prototype here that is distinctive, to say the least. So this is another photograph. This is the unprocessed photograph of another part of that facility. I wanted to really get a sense of how close this was to the ocean. So I did process it a bit, uh, eliminated a few elements with AI. And now you can see exactly how close uh, these facilities were to the water. What the water you see behind that is Narragansett Bay. the land you see behind that is Jamestown. So that's that Jamestown part. That's another island, another place that was pretty isolated. You go into Portsmouth, you get to the Willow Avenue train station. This was the one closest to the coal mines, more typical station. Not much to say about that, except it's a station. But let's talk about the coal industry. The coal mines were a scam. I guess that's the only way I can put it. The people that made money on the coal mines were the people who sold the stock. This was an article in the New York Times uh, uh, about how wonderful the coal mines would be, the industry would be in Newport, in Portsmouth. Never really happened. The coal was, as they said, the hardest anthracite in the country, if not the entire world. That's pretty hard coal. And I am told, or I have read, that at one point they stopped using it in the locomotives because it was destroying the boilers. The coal was so hard. But they continued to produce it, they continued to sell it, and the stockholders continued to make money. And that was, I guess, those were the important things. So, but just imagine the hardest coal in the world. This is a Sanborn map showing the coal sidings, the depot, uh, and all of those are, you know, examples of how that would have worked. There was also a copper works, the Taunton Copper Works, right next to the coal mine. So you've got a lot there to think about in terms of structures. The coal mine was eventually replaced by the Kaiser Aluminum, who built this giant facility with this massive tower, biggest thing in the vicinity, seen from everywhere. After Kaiser left, developers came in and said, well, we'd like to develop that tower. We're going to turn it into residential condos. The only problem was when they started doing their site work, they discovered that this was built over the shafts of the coal mine, and they had to essentially tear it all down. But they had approval for the condominiums. They had approval for the towers. So again, moving to the tourist side of things, we have this. So it's now a different building, same location, same height, uh, mostly vacant. And other areas in this vicinity were also developed into one of the premier golf courses around. And problem was the golf course, the train ran right through the golf course. This is the golf course's clubhouse. That fellow in the statue is clubbing his way directly into the Atlantic, well, into Narragansett Bay, not the Atlantic Ocean. When the developers of the golf course realized that the trains ran through it, they asked to have the tracks removed or modified or uh, moved to outside the golf course, and they were denied that. So if you look through that arch to the left, you can see a little railroad crossing sign, and that's the old colony line traveling from south to north, right through the golf course, and separating the clubhouse from the clubhouse parking lot. So you literally go across a railroad crossing to get to the clubhouse after you park your car and go golfing. So, and periodically you will see tourist trains, dinner trains, rail explorers all wandering back and forth on those rails. Melville, just north of that, was a major military facility, naval facility, coaling station. As you can see in this photograph, it was a major coaling location for the Atlantic Fleet back when it ran on coal. You would have seen this is a beehive of activity. And again, with the rails and the coaling facilities all present right there. There's another view of that location, so you can see that it was a pretty significant development. In World War II, it became the location for PT boat training. I remember John F. Kennedy was a PT boat captain. He trained here at Melville and on Aquinic Island. So if you're modeling anywhere between the 30s and the early 50s, you've got the possibility of PT boats and Quonset huts and other naval operations going right along your railroad right there. Today, again, we're back to tourism, but you can see the outlines of what used to be there back when the old colony was a major operating railroad. Other facilities in Portsmouth include the uh, uh, Portsmouth, like many towns in England, had a poor farm and an asylum. Uh, again, right up to the water, you can see the water in front in that photo, so that's pretty common. Eventually, you got to Bristol Ferry, which is where you took the ferry to Bristol because the Mont Hope Bridge at the time hadn't been built. So the train would come up to Bristol Ferry in this station. You then get off at this station, get on a ferry, go across to Bristol, and then you could take a train from Bristol up through to Providence or to Fall River. So transportation was pretty complicated. This is an aerial view of the Old Colony line up at the north part of the island. Founders Burke, one of the earliest settled areas in Rhode Island. Founders Burke Bridge, nice little bridge, this nice little marsh area. This shows the rail explorers going across the bridge. The northernmost part of Portsmouth, Common Fence Point, was sealed off from the rest of the island and only had one road access, and that was it for a very long time. Nowadays, with rail explorers, they have added a second road. There's now an escape road, appropriately named because not much could get through this at one time. But for most of my life, that was it in terms of getting to Common Fence Point. Nowadays, the rail explorers end right at this point. Our division did a rail explorer trip. It was terrific. Highly recommend it. You get to see a lot of this close up and firsthand. And this is the northern terminus of the Rail Explorers program. You can see in this picture how close the island comes to the mainland, but not quite. You can see down below here the remnants of what used to be the trolley bridge, the old stone bridge. This is the Sakonnet River Bridge, which was built to replace essentially that bridge with a more modern transportation system. And just behind it is the railroad bridge. So the railroad would start over here and run parallel to this road and then up north to Fall River. The bridges, again, terrific modeling opportunity. Just great examples of early 20th century transportation. You can see here, this is the stone bridge, which was the trolley bridge that would carry when you could take a trolley from Newport to Boston if you wanted to. And here, this shows the trolley bridge down below. You can see the bridge up above. This is the railroad bridge. So the railroad went this way, and the trolleys came up here and across down below. So those were the only two connectors to Aquinic Island from the mainland for a very long time. Once you get over on the mainland, you come to Tiverton, another nice little place to model, interesting buildings, and totally destroyed the hurricane of 38. And as I say, if you want, I model early 1938. If you want to model late 1938, you don't even have to build anything. Just throw all the wood around because anyone who's familiar with photographs of that era will know exactly how disastrous that hurricane was. So, but that's just a side note. So we go to Fall River. Fall River, Spindle City. one of the greatest production locations for cloth in the Northeast. Major production area. Not well served by rail. Most of the mills had carts that went to the rail stations and to the interchanges to move the materials and the cloth onward from where it was. But things were coming in, things were going out. This was the Fall River Station. Fall River was very populous, very prosperous, and had an amazing number of mills. And here's the thing about the mills. It's fascinating. They don't look like mills anywhere else in New England because if you go to Lawrence, you go to Manchester, you go to those places, they're red brick. But that was not the case in Fall River. You can spot a Fall River mill a mile away, literally, because of the nature of how they were built and the materials that were used. This is Fall River granite, and they're all that color. So if you want to model Fall River, if you want to have a different kind of mill town, you have a different type of material as well. So nowadays it's got the wow something on it, but most of these have been converted into various uses. The mills, first were challenged by the South and then by overseas. And so it left Fall River pretty economically devastated. It's now one of the poorest communities in New England. But at one time, they had the American Printing Company, again, right up with the water, right up with the coastal steamers. And the American Printing Company did not print paper. It printed fabric. So the material would come from the other mills in Fall River. They would come to the American Printing Company where they would get color. They would be given color or they would be given patterns that were often very popular at the time. So this was interconnected with, and although it shows red, they're really not red like that. But that was the postcard and how they portrayed it. Tracks are still there. Some of the buildings are still there. Rail service is still used. There is a short line railroad that runs out of Fall River. So it's still a rail town. And you can see here, most people know Fall River for Battleship Cove, but there was also all the rail lines that are still there and still in use. So nowadays, that is the Borden and Remington Company, making all sorts of curious things. But that was the American Printing Company. So what does it look like today? Well, the track's a little in bad shape, but you can ride on the rail explorers. As I said, our division did. This is the Melville station today. It's part of the Seacoast Railroad system, and the owner is very into trains and has collected quite a few pieces of equipment. So it's interesting to go and take a look at that as well. Where did I get all this information? Well, some of it came from my friend Peter Martin, who wrote this summary that's online back in 2003. And he's been very active in the Old Colony Railroad over the years. But there's some other fascinating sources. This book by Frank Hepner. Frank Hepner is is a member of the Little Rhodey Division, former professor at the University of Rhode Island, a key instrumental player in saving the Kingston Station, which is shown there on the cover of this book. And this book just covers every aspect of Rhode Island history as it related to the railroads, and has some great anecdotes. For example, about how the railroad from Newport to Boston ran essentially a commuter express for they call it the Dandy Express, as Frank puts it, to get people to Boston for the day. Some of my other sources: Edward Ozog, tremendous number of photographs available through the Providence Public Library in Yukon. He has a number of websites that are also up. You can spend days looking at the photographs that he has collected over the years. These are some of his companion sites that are specialized for specific purposes. So I highly recommend it if you're doing research. A couple of books came out, self-published by Mr. Kaduri. This one on the railroad stations shows you just about every railroad station that was in Rhode Island and a wide variety of potential prototype and scratch building projects for you there. This one deals with the towns and communities, set a companion book he wrote. So you can also see what communities looked like at the time. These books in many ways are much better than trying to do a web search because they are concentrated and they are something you can keep in your library, as I do. So that's it. Rhode Island, Quinnic Island, as they say, 6% bigger at low tide. And that's the end. So I hope you have enjoyed this presentation on the Old Colony and Newport Railroad and have been inspired to do some thinking about coastal railroading and about the various types of activities that went on. So we'll be opening it for discussion, I guess. But for now, I'm signing off on this recording. Thank you.
All right. What a fantastic clinic, Steve. Thanks so much for putting it together for us. Looks like we've got a few minutes left here for some questions, and the chat has provided quite a few for us here. Let's start out with this first one. Were passengers mostly coming from the steamships headed to Boston?
Yes, what would happen is they would get on the steamship in New York and they would either stop in Newport or in Fall River. Because of the big summer colony in Newport, a lot of them got off in Newport. But then if they were in Newport for the summer, they could also take the train up to Boston. So they had that specialized commuter line that went straight from Newport to Boston.
Very cool. So somebody might have missed the beginning of the presentation, but they're asking: is this an area that you're actively modeling, or interested in doing so, or is it just interest because it's where you live?
Well, I am in fact attempting to model sections of that. So what I'm doing on my HO layout is that I'm working on the Newport section, and then I have the Fall River section, and then I have parts in between. Hopefully at one point I'm going to build the coal mine, which is quite an impressive structure for being right on the water.
Very cool. Do you have any books that you recommend regarding the history of this line?
Well, the Frank Hepner book that I think I mentioned in the clinic itself. Frank was a professor at the University of Rhode Island. His book is very entertaining. It's called Railroads of Rhode Island, Shaping the Ocean States Railways. The other really good source for photographs are those collections that are at the Providence Public Library and also at the Yukon Library. Their digital collections are tremendous and have documented all the different small railroads around this area. And there are places as well, such as the Newport Historical Society, that have information. There's been a lot of research done on the industrial side of the Newport environment in the early parts of the 20th century. So, but I would start with the Hepner book.
Very cool. Very cool.
It's available on, no, I shouldn't say.
Well, honestly, if you want to tell people where it's available,
it's available on Amazon.
Okay, gotcha. Perfect. And then how large was the coal field, and was it mined out by the time they closed it, or?
The coal was terrible. It was the worst coal you could imagine. I don't think they ever actually made any money mining the coal. They made money selling stock. There is a map, it's on the Portsmouth Historical Society website, that show the the lines that they mined underneath that area. The, the thing is that where that golf course is and so forth, the mines were all underneath that and sort of moving out toward the water as well. The connection between the mines and the waterfront so close. It's really something you don't see very many places, or if anywhere else.
It sounds like a rail line with a coal mine that's begging to be a ragtag freelance with a
Yep.
tongue-in-cheek slogan of some
Right.
sort about
Right.
the coal being better than you think or something. But
Well, it wasn't. One of the
uh,
research sources said that it actually had the tendency to break anything that you used it on to
wow.
generate power.
So was Melville named for the writer?
No,
No.
Melville is just an area that's been up there. It, as I said in the presentation, it had the PT boat stuff. It had the coaling operations. It's a marina now. It's the location where if you go to Rail Explorers, that's the Rail Explorers headquarters right there. So it's part of the surplus of the old Navy base when most of the Navy moved out in 1973.
Very cool. So it looks like Fall River used to have a railroad museum. Is there anything left of it?
Not really. No, the Fall River had an old colony in Fall River museum run by some folks that I know. It was down with all the other railroad uh, functions down there by just south of Battleship Cove, but that is not in existence anymore, unfortunately.
Gotcha. And the last question we have here is if they have reinstalled the bridge to the mainland.
No, that's a continuing source of controversy as to whether or not they will be able to do that, or whether they are going to just leave the line as an orphan. I think from the perspective of the people that are running it now, they would love to see that bridge reinstated so that you could move from Newport up through Fall River and into Providence. The folks that run it are real railroad enthusiasts, and the fellow runs a real railroad over in Quonset Point on the other side of the state. If Rhode Island can be said to have another side, Quonset's on the other side, and it's a last mile railroad from the main line down into the Quonset industrial facilities, and that same company owns the rail lines now on Aquidneck Island. They lease out the Rail Explorers, and they have a variety of other things that they're doing. So
Awesome.
they're pretty enthusiastic about trains.
And then we did get one last question that popped in here. Do you know of any books / drawings, etc., of the Navy coaling stations at all?
I have not found those. I think I have the postcard in the clinic that shows the coaling facility, but those are the only photographs I've been able to find.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I think that's all that we had for questions, Steve. Thanks so much for stopping in and showing us such a fantastic clinic and taking the time to answer these questions. Next up, we're going to move on to a tips and trick entitled Cardstock Trim and Ridges. And we also have a showcase, the Model Railroad Showcase to follow.
Hi, I'm John Valachovic. I'm an N-scale modeler, scratch builder, and kit basher. And one of the things that I've struggled with is good trim work and good ridge line covering for roofing. I like a lot of laser kits, and the trim pieces they provide are awfully oversized. And a lot of the shingle manufacturers, the shingles are great, but the ridges are awful. They're way too big. So one of the things I do is I use cardstock, which I get from the craft store, and it comes in all sorts of colors. You're able to match pretty much any color that you're painting, plus you can paint it. So I have all these different colors that I use. This is mainly for trim, and then I have the grays and blacks for doing roofing. So it's an easy step. The first step is I fold the cardstock And you really want to burnish this tight. You want this to be as knife edge as you possibly can. I just use a piece of brass, but you can use anything to get it really just as folded as tight as possible. So once I'm ready to cut, I try to get it as close as I can and cut it with a super sharp brand new blade. So once you get it cut, you'll have to work your way down. Sometimes I have to use a knife to spread this out into an L shape. And it's ready to apply on the ridge of a building or the corner trim on a building. And you can see this is small. I think this is about a 32nd of an inch. So in N scale, it's great. The next thing is I'll show you an application. Here's an example. The ridge here is folded cardstock. It's much closer to scale than what comes with the package. And then I also do trim on the corners of the building because, again, what comes on a laser kit is often too big. This is also cardstock that I use for tar paper that I cut the same way to get it to be the right size. On the front of this building, there's an X pattern, and I tried to do it with strip. This is a styrene building, and I actually found it was better to cut the shape out of one piece of cardstock. It's much closer to scale thickness. So here's an example. This is an old 60s plastic building, but I did the same ridge here, which brought the whole roof much closer to scale and a much better appearance. And again, that's just folded cardstock. So thank you very much. It's just a quick little tip on how I use cardstock to fill a role for doing trim and making things look a little more realistic.
Welcome to the final installment of the 2026 NERx Model Showcase. Over the course of all 4 nights, you will have the opportunity to see all of the models submitted for the showcase. Now for the finale, Part 4. There was a footbridge across the mainline tracks just west of Union Station in New Haven to facilitate people crossing from the station and motor storage area to the other side of the yard without crossing the busy main tracks. Master Model Railroader and Central New York member Ed O'Rourke's model of the footbridge is not quite in the correct location, but it serves to camouflage the end of the overhead wire on the west end of the layout before staging. The footbridge is mostly scratch-built using Central Valley girders and fencing and some Tichy steps and railings. Dennis Colucci, a Hudson Valley Division member, has been a Type 1 diabetic for nearly 9 years. He painted this Atlas PS1 40-foot boxcar in a version of the Balfour and Colucci Creek Southern boxcar scheme with blue sides rather than the typical maroon. He added custom decals he designed and had printed by Fusion Scale Graphics to promote diabetes awareness. The boxcar will find its home on Heath Hurwitz's Riverside Transfer layout in New York City. The work he did will be paid for in a donation to the Type 1 Diabetes Research Foundation, Breakthrough T1D. John Becker, a member of the Lakeshores Division, conceived and constructed 2 N-scale dioramas for future placement on T-track modules. The structures were made from styrene and laser-cut kits. The vehicles and accessories were added to enhance appearance. The trees and shrubs were made from various colors of Woodland Scenic's clump foliage. Paul Stamp, another member of the Lakeshores Division, kit-bashed, custom-painted, and super-detailed this Phase 3 low short hood EMG GP9. Paul painted the locomotive for the Finger Lakes Railway as number 1703. Ron Stacy's Rondemont and West Shore has officially filed for abandonment. Ron and Nancy will be listing their home for sale shortly, and that of course means the layout is in the process of being dismantled. Ron's layout is full of meticulously painted Cornell red locomotives with a bold RWS logo on the long hood. The layout is full of dramatic mountain scenes and water crossings like the ones seen here, as a pair of EMD SD45s charge up the Appalachian mountain grade. Ron's layout was cherished by many in the Rochester model railroading community and will be greatly missed. That is a fitting end to the model showcase for the 2026 NERx virtual convention. The NERx team thanks everyone that shared their work.
Man, weren't those some fantastic models? We're on to some more fantastic and exciting content for you all tonight, and it's the start of our roundtable on immersive technology. We've got three other fantastic gentlemen here to be a part of the roundtable, and I'm excited to introduce JT Burke, the owner of Scale Sound Systems, who's going to lead our discussion and tell you a little bit more about it, and the other two individuals on the screen as well.
Well, welcome, everybody. I'm JT of Scale Sound Systems. I have a professional audio engineering background of over 30 years. So I combined my passion of model rating and my work into two, and now I don't have a hobby at all. That's how that happens. So we are going to discuss immersive technology. And so we've got Nathan Holmes down there. He's with Iowa Scale Engineering. They produce the proto throttle and a variety of sound modules, in addition to, well, all kinds of toys and gadgets for your layouts. And then we've got David Hyde down here. He has a beautiful layout that is enhanced with a lot of treats that we're going to hopefully get to experience. And then Paul has joined us. Originally, we had Bill Rutherford.
Yep.
That was going to be with us, but he got moved to another night. So Paul is going to step in, and Paul is doing some interesting things with lighting in the layout room. And so we're not discussing technology in a general form, like what you might see, like logic rail technologies, or any of the tech-oriented stuff. People using phones as a throttle. That's a technology thing, but in my opinion, it's a little bit of a step back from an immersive experience where it's less realistic. So with immersive tech, we're discussing things that affect the senses of the human, of the operator. And so, with sight, we've got lighting effects that we can do and atmospheric things that we can do in the layout room. And with hearing, there's obviously, onboard sound and layout sound. And touching would be tactile control, like with the proto throttle, increasing the realism of how a locomotive operates. And smelling, Disney parks, they inject scents into various areas of the park that you're in, and it can be a subtle thing. And so, for those of you that say you're in the Cascades, you could use a little pine tree glade or something in that section of your layout. Or if you've got a brewery, there's hop and malt oils that you can just add in that area. Obviously, you wouldn't probably want to, do an outhouse scene or anything like that, but we can definitely enhance the environment with subtle things. My specialty is sound. And so the biggest thing that I have found that with people that are integrating sound, especially early on, is that things are awfully loud. And so as the installer is working on a project, whether it's a locomotive or a sound module, a river scene or something on his layout, they're focused on that sound element. And so they're turning it up. But in the grand scheme of things, from an operational perspective, you want it to be a little bit, not subliminal, but not overpowering. And so that's the biggest advice I can give for anybody that's interested in implementing sound, is to manage your volumes so that it's to scale, that it can be an enhancement to the operation and to the environment, and not something that's overpowering your operators. I don't know what. Let's get somebody else involved here. I don't know what order we were going to go in. Dave, you've got a lot of sound elements on your layout. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I have some. I've got a few from, of course, our great friends, Nathan and Michael at Iowa Scale. I've got a few of their products on the layout. I can actually give a tour of the layout kind of in a minute. Whenever you guys would like to see it, we can kind of go through it, kind of talk what I've tried to bring to the experience when you come to my layout. Because my layout is not a very large layout, I really wanted to make sure and pack in as much as possible to feel like there's a lot to see, a lot to do. I'm heavily into operating, so I want to make sure that, you know, when we're operating, we're doing it uh, and we're staying involved. It's a lot of switching on the layout. So, I really want to make sure you feel like you're in the scene working and operating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's one thing. When the Iowa scaled squealer came out, which for those of you that don't know, they're prototype recorded flange squeals, and it uses motion sensors. See, Nathan's showing us a packaged one there. And as the train enters and travels through the curve, flange squeals are triggered and that kind of thing. And one reviewer really left an impression on me when he said that there was a curve on his layout, that there wasn't really anything going on there. There was no switching, no massive scenic feature or anything. It was just, a curve, negative space between areas. And he said that the squealer made that, he turned that simple curve into an event. It became something that the operator could experience now, instead of just the train going through a curve with nothing around it. And so I think, David, that's what you're kind of talking about with your layout.
Absolutely. And I actually have a curve actually right behind me here. This curve on the peninsula here has the squealer installed, and it serves as a view block. There's a lot of trees. You'll see it in a second. But we installed the squealer there to give a little bit more interest in that area that doesn't have anything going on other than negative space. And it really adds just a little bit more. So when you are taking that train through a little bit of a narrow curve here, a 24-inch radius or so, that the train does squeal quite a bit as it goes through there. So absolutely.
Would we want to see David's layout right now, guys? You think it's a good time for that? Nathan,
Sure.
Paul?
Yep.
Yeah,
I can give you guys a little tour.
tour.
Yeah, I can give you guys a little tour. Let me get this iPad off the stand here, and I'm going to flip the camera around. So this layout is about 6 years old, actually about 7 now. I am under the layout, as you can see. There's a lot of some of the wiring. We're in the peninsula. Let's see if I can flip this around. There we go. So we're actually sitting at one of my 3 workbenches under the layout. This is where I work on cars and buildings and stuff like that. I cleaned it up for you guys. So I'll talk to you a little bit about what we've done on the layout. So this is a layout. It is Missouri, Kansas, Texas, set in 1987. So right before the merger with the Union Pacific, right around Waco, Texas. So I'll just talk to you a little bit about kind of the immersive aspects of the railroad. It's in a 1-car garage, no basements in Texas. I know we're in the Northeast region here, but no basements in Texas. So we have to make do with outbuildings and garages and spare bedrooms. So the layout itself's in a one. I've got a split garage, a 2 and a 1. So I took over the 1-car garage, and it's about 13 by 23, roughly, double deck. So some of the immersive things that I really wanted to talk to you all. First is backdrops. If you're able to get backdrops, this is really adds so much to your layout as far as a feeling of depth. You have to think that my layout is only 18 inches deep, but if you put a backdrop in there, it really does add some depth to the layout. I'll back up as much as I can. I have not narrow aisles, but you can see it looks deeper than it is because of the backdrop. So that feeling, and I can take you around to the other side here. I'll show you one other spot about the backdrops. I'll try not to walk too fast. But having the backdrops on the layout really adds a lot of depth to the layout. It adds a lot of, it helps enhance the ceiling. The ceiling, I guess the ceiling of the layout, if you will, to where you look up and you get a lot of sky. This is another example back here in the back corner where I really wanted to try and get a little bit more depth to the layout, where you're looking up over a little bit of a hill, and you've got a lot of land off in the distance there. So having backdrops really adds a lot. And I know some people like to paint their backdrops. These I worked with a company out of Tennessee, Model Railroad Backdrops, and we Photoshop some elements into these backdrops. Some are completely generic backdrops. Your backdrops don't really have to be perfect prototypical. If you give the flavor of the area you're trying to model, you're able to make things look a lot more immersive than, say, something that just has blue backdrop, blue sky backdrop. If you can get a little bit more scenic detail into the backdrops, it does tend to add a lot more. And as you can see right here, this is only about, 6 inches right here where the backdrop comes over, but it still makes it feel like it's a little bit deeper than it is. So the backdrops, I think, would be the first thing I would talk to you all about. When you move on from backdrops, the next thing I think I would talk to you all about is, of course, lighting effects and lighting. And I don't have a lot of effects per se, but I do have a lot of lights on the layout. Almost every industry has parking lot lights, street lights, whatever you want to call them. And then most of the buildings are also lit. Of course, we all know, we have our friends at We Honest from China. Everybody's ordering the lights from them. They're very affordable. Mr. We Honest China guy is making a lot of money on us, on our lights. But there really are very nice lights. And I've used many different kinds on many of the buildings that I have in the layout. As you can see, I have them everywhere. One of the goals I want to have on this layout is to be able to operate at night. So the only way we're going to be able to do that is to have enough lighting on the layout so we can really see what we're doing. And so I've really tried to incorporate as much lighting as possible into the layout. Even things like this farmhouse down here, where there's a light inside the farmhouse, and it just gives you a little bit more light in the areas that would normally be pretty dark at night. So as far as lighting effects, I don't have a lot. I will say that one thing we do use, and I'll show it to you, is when we're operating on the layout, when we are out on the main switching, I do have these red buttons here, and we made these red, and they match. Logic Rail Technologies makes a product called the Fuse, which is a great product. I don't know if you're familiar with those, but basically the railroaders would throw those on the track to warn other trains, other railroad workers that they were working the main. So one of the things we have on the switch list, I work a JMRI switch list. We have this, in the orders that you need to throw the fusees if you're working certain areas of the layout. So I have this on 3 or 4 separate spots in the layout. So you'll turn these on with the red switch, and then you have your fusees that are lit. And so it's just another immerses you into the scene that you're working, immerses you into the feeling of what you would have to do on the railroad back then. I flipped it off so it'll slowly flicker off. You all have probably seen these, but the Fusee, I really like this product. It's a great product. And we have these around the layout. I would say that's probably my biggest lighting effect. After that, I'll show you, let's see. This is that area I was talking about that has squealer on it. So as you can see, it mainly serves as a view block. Behind the trees is a yard and a diesel engine facility, stub-ended yard. And so, but down here, you don't know it's there. And so defining your scenes carefully is another really great aspect to, and I'm going to come over here and turn the train on for a second. Really, it's just another aspect of really trying to make things a little bit more immersive. So you're here, and then you come around the corner, and now you're in another scene. And so placement of those backdrops can really help that. Another great immersive detail, of course, is your sound. And JT is going to talk a lot more about this, but a lot of my engines have scale sound speakers on them, and they add so much. They give you more bass, they give you more definition, they give you more depth, they give you, and as a musician myself, I can appreciate that. That's my day job. So sound is really important for me. And if I hear something that sounds really kind of tinny or whiny, that doesn't really sound like a diesel locomotive, those engines are going to get the scale sound speaker. Then I think another lighting feature that we use a lot are the East Coast Circuits vehicles. So as you can see, I've got a stake bed truck here that they're working on this street light that's not working. It's burned out. I've got a police car back here. He's pulled over a Corvette. I've got this tow truck, which, I think in this form, it's pretty 80s. But if I were to change this, that's maybe not so 80s. But it's cool anyways. Of course, the 80s period billboard. Some nice lighting there on the billboard. Just to give you a little bit of that flavor. And then I've got some fire trucks here, which there was a training facility kind of right where we're standing for the Waco, Texas Fire Department. So those fire trucks represent them training. Still looking for firefighters, if anybody has some good firefighters that are 80 specific. And then I think another cool lighting thing, of course, is your grade crossings there. They just pop back up. Train went through. If you can have those kind of things on your layout, animation can add more detail, more of that immersive feel to a layout if you can have some prototypical grade crossings. So I have those all around the layout. We're actually going to install another set of these. We're going to replace a cheaper crossbuck set, crossbuck and a gate set. And then really the signaling system, of course, is also really a great thing to have. We run ABS on the layout, so having the signals actually work and show the aspect as the train's coming at you, that gives you a little bit of that feeling of, okay, I'm really in a scene now, and it really adds a lot to the layout, not in just photos, but also feel, and also, of course, in operations. If you have this going operationally, it really adds a lot to your op sessions as well as the scene composition. And then we're coming up, I'll show you guys a few other little things sound-wise. We're coming up on the curve here, so you'll get to hear the squealer in action. And yes, we do have flashing yellow speed. I know Speed's watching. We do have flashing yellow on the Texas Central Texas subdivision. So this is a good example. The train's coming around the corner, and you'll start to hear the squealer. And so it just gives, and I have it turned down because I don't want anything too loud. Some railroads, you go into their room and sometimes it's too quiet. You want a little bit more sound. Sometimes it's deafening. So I've really tried to balance it out to where it's not too loud. It's subtle, but it's not to the point where you can barely hear it. So you do want to make sure that you kind of, find that balance, if you will, of where too loud is too loud and too soft is too soft. Another cool thing is, you know, having these vehicles, those headlights are on. So that truck, that cab over has, you know, marker lights. It has headlights. And so when I turn the lights off in the layout, that adds a lot of feeling to the layout. And of course, over here, we do have another squealer. You can hear it going. It's coming around the corner here. I think we have them in 3 spots on the layout. Big fan of Iowa scaled products. They make awesome stuff. And 2 other sound things we have on the layout. One is an Iowa scale product. I'll show you that here when we get out of the squealer territory. One thing is a lot of people have this now, and it's a great, you need to find the switch. There we go. I think it's this one. I don't know if you can hear this. You might be able to. Can you guys hear it? Nod yes or no. I don't know. Let me see if I take it underneath. You can hear it. How about now? You hear it now? Yeah. So we have the cicada. All right. So the cicada, I've added the cicada. Adds a lot, you know, in this area. Just kind of a little more peaceful if you're running trains through this area. So we added the cicada. And then let me turn him off, Mr. Insect. And then finally, we added this recently. This is a knock product. You guys probably don't know what I do for a living, but I play a brass instrument professionally, French horn. And so we added this for fun. And you flip this switch on. We've got 3 outboard players there in the background. So this was a knock product I ordered like 4 years ago, and it finally came in at my local hobby store. And so we hooked the speaker up underneath, and there's a volume switch on it and everything right there. So that's for fun. That was for fun there. So anyway, so the kids will come over and they'll turn that on. So I turned it back off. And then just, you know, your grade crossings. A lot of them have, you know, I'm actually going to replace this set, but they're all going ding, 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 ding. Everything's dinging. You know, you've got a lot of great technology that is very immersive. Kind of puts you in the scene a little bit more, makes you pay attention. And, you know, another thing, like on these backdrops down here, I decided to go with a thunderstorm backdrop. I wanted a Texas storm in May. So we did a thunderstorm backdrop. Now, plans for this area, I have these lights up here. Unfortunately, these LED lights do not dim. But we're coming up with a solution so we can dim those and maybe flicker them a little bit to give you a little bit of that thunderstorm feel while you're operating. Just another kind of fun thing to do to make it a little bit different than most layouts. Yeah. I wanted to have things that are just a little bit different to make you feel like, wow, well, he's got a thunderstorm scene going on here. And so, you know, just whatever you can do to make you feel like you're in the Katy in 1987. I even had these signs made in the font and in the style of the depot signs that the Katy had. So you want to feel like you're really operating the Katy in 1987. Some goals I have later are, you know, how I'm going to change the operating and stuff like that. So, you know, as much lighting as you can do, signage, backdrop, all of this is great immersive technology, you know. And of course, while I'm walking, I can't say enough about the proto throttle and what that does. And I know Nathan will talk about that in a minute. But I own 6 proto throttles. I love them. And they add so much to the operating of your locomotive. And I know a lot of you watching have them. But, you know, when you come in here and you turn the lights off, and you walk the layout, it gives you a whole nother feel, you know, for the layout. There's a bunch of lights there in the diesel service area, and you know, you come over here and everything's lit up, and it just adds a lot of that, you know, you get really bright headlights. You feel like you're really, you know, in the scene.
Yeah.
So that's really, you know, I know like my friend Dave Abelies is really into night scenes, night operating on his Onondaga cutoff, and that's something that I share with him. I really like to see night scenes. It's really kind of fun to operate. You get to see stuff like signals in the dark, which is kind of cool and you know, almost haunting it away. I don't know, but having that lighting and the sounds, and you know, I haven't thought about smells. That is something that you know, maybe we need to talk about sometime. I don't know if we get some diesel smell in here or something, but
yeah.
But you know, anything you can do to bring more of that feel. You know, your scenery. If you can find trees that are more authentic looking, bushes. You know, your weathering. All of this stuff brings more of that to the front for you to really pay attention. So I'm going to turn the lights back on, and then I'll hand it over to somebody else. That's kind of my layout in a general sense.
That's great, David. And what was nice is that you know, we really didn't hear any sounds until you walked up to them, and you even had to stop talking for us to hear some of them. So that's, you know, it's present but not overwhelming.
Right.
Since you're discussing, you kind of left off on lighting and stuff. Paul, why don't you share with us what you're doing from a technology standpoint to change lighting in the environment?
Yeah, absolutely. And Speed, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here so that they can see what it is that I'm working on. And so a little bit of what I'm trying to achieve here is not necessarily quite the detailed lighting that David's working on, but I really enjoy layout, model railroading photography. I've started to really dive into that myself. But I also model a very specific season. I know you guys don't have seasons in Texas, David, so your lighting doesn't necessarily need to do this. But I model late fall, and I very specifically want my layout to have the feeling of a very frosty morning in late fall. I specifically am trying to model October 31st, November 1st, that time frame. So in order to do that, I've started to implement a couple of big changes to my layout, and most of them are in the form of lighting. I'm also in the process of ripping out my own prototypical photo backdrops that I took myself. I'm ripping them out and putting in taller ones, and I fully blame Chris Cafaro of the Northeast region, who many will know for that. He put on a fantastic clinic on cyclorama style backdrops, and my whole layout is going to be those, and I'm also upgrading the lighting as I go. But how I'm upgrading the lighting is you'll see the track lighting up along the top of the ceiling, and that's really just pointed straight down at the tracks. The intention there is not to light the backdrop at all with those lights. I will be creating homemade, they're called barn doors in theater, and that'll block the light from being on the backdrop at all. And then I'm only throwing light from the RGB strip lighting here, which is some smart lighting from Lowe's. This is exactly what I'm using, Govee Strip Light S. This is, I think, like almost a 10-foot section. Yep, 9.8 feet. And it's RGB. It's controlled by a smartphone. It's smart lighting, so I can do whatever color I want with it. And here's just a couple of examples of kind of the lighting that you can get out of it. This is just your normal kind of midday sort of shot. You know, high shadows, not a ton going on. Here is kind of a blue hour shot where you can see that, you know, a lot of the colored light is still focused on the backdrop, but because I have the track lighting on a dimmer, I can still bring that down in order to make it feel a little bit dimmer in the room. Here is a golden hour shot. So, just after sunrise or just before sunset, something like that, where you can really tell that the sun is going down. The shadows are a little bit longer, that sort of thing. And then this is my favorite, and it's really the most subtle of all of them. This is how I'm getting that frosty feeling. The color that I'm actually throwing at the backdrop here is pink. And pink really helps. Pink is a very winter hue. You don't really realize it when there's snow on the ground and there's frost on the ground, but the hue that you're getting during that time frame is actually pink. So that's setting this as a really frosty scene. You can almost feel the frost. The water almost feels colder, that sort of thing. And this is kind of where I want my whole layout to be during an op session. I don't plan on having crazy transitions, going from night to day. I don't plan on doing nighttime ops. It's just nice to have those options for when I'm doing photography. But I'm always going to be throwing this pink light at the backdrop in order to make my layout feel like it's 8 a.m. on November 1st and there's still frost covering the ground and that sort of thing. So the goal of the layout lighting isn't necessarily to be the best lighting in the world. It's really to be dynamic and allow me to do everything that it is that I want to do. So I'm just finally through the proof of concept stage. I just finished putting all that stuff up last weekend, and actually what you're looking at here is a diorama that I plopped down on my main layout because this area of the layout doesn't even have scenery yet. But I'm really happy with how everything turned out, and I'm looking forward to doing my entire layout like this. But that's it for me. I just really enjoy the dynamic lighting side of things.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting, Paul. That pink hue, that chilly photo that you shared, it definitely, you can sort of almost feel the nip in the air. It gives me that anxiety of going to school as a kid in the morning.
And the good news is my base is unfinished, so that's usually around like 57 to 64 degrees down there. It feels a little chilly down there, so
that's perfect. Then you've even got that element. Yeah,
it's all working together.
That's great. Nathan, why don't you share with us some of the things that Iowa Scale is doing?
Sure. I always hate coming to these things. I sound like a walking, talking commercial. I swear one of these days I'm going to show up on a conference and I'm going to talk about nothing but modern day copper ore haulers and modeling them, but not today, unfortunately. So when they gave us the theme of immersive technology, I started to think about the origin story for the protothrottle, where it came from and why it matters to the hobby. We build these amazingly detailed little model worlds and we drop ourselves into them, and we want to believe that we're there. We take the utmost detail in making sure that we have accurate cars, accurate industries. Some of us do two-man crews. I know of one guy who may or may not be my business partner who, the first thing he looks at on a new freight car is, one, does it fit my prototype, obviously, and then two, if he doesn't have that road number actually coming in or going out on the railroad, he'll look in Umler to see if it's actually still alive in his era. So we go to these detailed levels, and sound decoders have taken that to another level, and JT can he's built this whole world for himself around it with Scale Sound Systems, and the sound it produces is fantastic. Coming with that sound is a whole bunch more detail. It's, okay, now I've got the bell, the horn, I've got the engine notching up and down, I've got dynamic brakes depending upon, my prototype and my locomotives. I've got front and rear headlights. I may have, a Mars light, or a gyro light. I may have a beacon on top of the cab. I may have ditch lights. All this stuff requires functions, and functions are one of those things that I found can just pull you out in an instant. I'm not gonna pick on Digitrax here, so we're gonna hold up both throttles. When you're trying to switch and watching how many cars you've got left, and your brakeman calls out 2 cars, you don't want to be fumbling around going, oh, what's the function number on this locomotive for the brake, and what's its momentum set to, and you're stabbing at these things. I was at an op session about a month ago on a new layout, never operated on it before. Gorgeous layout, but the controllers were a DCC system I wasn't familiar with. So the muscle memory to hit the right button just wasn't there. And now when you're looking at, current NMRA DCC supports 29 functions. The Europeans are going up to 68. That's a lot of functions to control on a bunch of buttons when you're trying to watch your train and be in the moment. That's how this thing got started. Good friend of ours, Scott Thornton, who some of you will know, he models the Iowa Interstate Milan branch, came to us and he saw some guy that had hacked up an NCE throttle into a control stand looking thing and went, "Hey guys, could you build me one of these?" And we're like, "Scott, we love you, man, but no, we're busy." After about 3 rounds of this, okay, fine, we'll build one. And somewhere, once we got the first one working, I think I finally got it. It's about not breaking that fourth wall into reality. It's about giving yourself tactile controls that you can touch and feel. And the mapping between, you've got, for those of you who haven't seen it, which I'm guessing is a small minority of people anymore, but you've got very prototype looking controls. You've got basically what a single brake. There's reasons behind that. It's functionally an independent brake. You've got a reverser, forward, neutral, reverse. You've got 8 stops and idle, typical modern notched throttle, an actual sprung horn handle, bell buttons, and headlight knob switches. So the point is, it's the controls that you would be using if you were actually operating a locomotive. You don't have to take that mental mapping from what locomotive am I running? Okay, what's the function number for the brake? Okay, now how do I get there? Oh yeah, it's function 22. Okay, shift 2, okay, now it's on. That really takes you out of the moment. It breaks that illusion. And to me, that was a critical showstopper for using all those functions, and particularly for using things like momentum realistically. Our prototypes are heavy, really heavy. And I've noticed a lot of people are resistant to operate with prototype levels of momentum because simply it's too hard to deal with on a button throttle or on a phone throttle where you don't have that tactile feedback. So when Michael put the first one in my hand and said, "Here, try switching some cars with this," that's when it clicked in my brain. That's when I got it. That's when I understood, yeah, the proto throttle isn't necessary, because at that point, up to that point, I was thinking, this is a little gimmicky. Okay, we're going to build 1 for Scott, maybe 2 for Scott, and then this becomes a project, not a product. But when I started switching with it, that's when I got it. It's about not breaking that illusion, fumbling for function buttons. It's about putting controls that you fundamentally understand, that seem natural if you've ever run the real thing, putting them in your hand so you can do it without looking down and going, am I in, what function bank am I shifted into? It's just, no, I've got a car, car to go, car length, all right, brake to full. Okay, getting between the car, brakeman's getting between the cars, all right, set and centered. Okay, headed out of the yard, forward, notch up to about 2, hit the horn a couple of times. So that's kind of what I wanted to share about, immersive technology. That's what I try to think of it as, is it shouldn't take you out of the scene. It should enhance the scene and enhance your experience with it. And JT mentioned everything a lot of times is too loud. I was actually at a Primo meet over the weekend, and we make the cicada module. David has one. If you're from the Midwest or the South, anywhere, it's the sound of summer and fall. I mean, you can't experience summer and fall without it. But most of them are turned up to the point that I can walk in a show hall and that just cuts through the noise like a laser through darkness. Those bugs are amazingly how can I say, good at getting noticed, which is their whole point in the real world. But it's too much in a model. And I was walking around, and there was this module that was a great summer scene, and then very quietly I heard a cicada module come up, and I didn't even know it was there until I got right next to the module. And that to me that's the right level, because it's like, oh, okay, now I get, this is summer, this is the Midwest, they're modeling, perfect. Another one of those things that sort of, to keep you in the moment, people keep asking, when we're going to come out with a defect detector. Well, there's prototype hardware, folks. Michael's been hard at work on it, but, I know guys that the point should be, it's infrequent enough to add a little operational interest. If you're used to, rail fanning modern day railroads, mainline railroads, or you work in that environment, defect detectors are just a fact of life. They're everywhere anymore. They're constantly interrupting you on the radio. But, in a model space, they should be quiet. Or if you do operate with radios, make it so it cuts in. But most of the time, it's just, no defects, detector out. And that's where we've got it, we're working on it such that it can be dialed down to the point that it adds operational interest without being gimmicky. It's a very tight line to walk sometimes, because you can boil over from adding a little more spice and a little more flavor to a scene into gimmicky schlock in a very quick hurry. So we try to balance that. We try to walk that line, but each person models differently, and some people want the defect detector to be loud, and some people want the cicada to be loud, and fine. We all enjoy our hobby our own way.
Or they want outpourings to be loud.
Yeah. I got to admit, I don't see a lot of outporn practice in Texas, but
No.
I did wake up in Silverton one day to a guy practicing his bagpipes walking down the street. So
there you go.
Yeah. We have I have a friend that many of you guys know, Prof. Kleiser. He might be watching, but he's an Australian modeler, and he built a module that had a dance club, and there was you didn't even notice it until you were into the element, and like, oh, there's a like a rave or something going on. I don't remember all the details that he explained, but it's something that there's dance music playing, but you don't know it until you're at the club, and then you're moving on to the next part of the layout, and so there's lots of interesting things that can be sprinkled in and go unnoticed until you notice it, which is kind of, I think, the goal. Did you picked up the proto throttle, David? Did you have a comment about it when he was?
No, people ask me like, what's your your favorite part of your layout, and I actually tell people it's using these. This just it slows down. You don't have to have Basement Empire, to really slow things down or to feel like you can. Our operating sessions here in this, I don't know if it's a small layout, but at least small to medium size layout, they last 2.5, 3 hours if you do it right. And so that's about as long as people want to operate anyways, usually. Most operating sessions are 3 to 4 hours max. And then, you're done. You're moving on to the next layout, or you're done for the day. And so, there are a few layouts out there. It's ops till you drop, but that's a good amount of time. People are ready to sit down after that, have a cookie and maybe a beer and hang out a little bit and talk. But, but this really helps slow things down, makes things feel more immersive, like you're actually operating a real GP40 or SD40-2. And it's a wonderful invention. Really is for the hobby. I think it's Nathan may not agree with me, but I think it's probably the most groundbreaking thing we've had in the last 10 years in the hobby. So
I'm always happy to hear that people are enjoying it. So that's Michael and I are both modelers first. ISE is, like JT said, take a hobby, turn it into a business, and now I don't get anything done on my layout. So it's always rewarding to us to hear that other people enjoy it too.
I think, are there any questions? Should we move on to some Q&A?
We have, if you want to talk about scale sound systems, JT, we've got some time. We're able to move around the tip and trick that was going to follow this. If you want to take a few minutes and talk about scale sound systems, otherwise we can move into
much like Nathan. I get tired of talking about myself. If you I make a whole bunch of speakers that fit every model. The goal was to make them sound better than what was on the market. And I've got a lot of photos on the website that have installations that are designed to simplify things, to minimize modifications for older models, that kind of thing. And being a professional audio engineer, sound is very quality. Sound is important to me, and so I didn't set out to make a business. I set out to make a product for myself, and then my friends wanted it. And then they said I should make a website. And then I thought that it would be some side hobby money. And then now I have 2 employees. It wasn't supposed to be like this, but I'm very grateful to everybody. Like Nathan, we have amazing customers, and we're just very, very humbled and overwhelmed by the support and response that the model rating community has shown. Small little, this is little passions of ours.
That I couldn't have said it better, JT. I mean, there are days that I absolutely get frustrated with all the business side stuff, like taxes and accounting and all that kind of stuff. But even when I do, I stop and think, man, if it weren't for other modelers, I mean, they've given me the chance to work in the greatest hobby in the world. Basically I get to play with model trains for a living now. So, I mean, how much better could you get?
Yeah. You're making David and I jealous here a little bit.
Well, yeah. I also slaved away in a corporate office for almost, 26 years.
And so. Paul and David have so much more modeling that they can share with you guys than Nathan and I do, because we started these businesses. So we're actually a little jealous of you guys. You can see I'm in a room that I was prepping for a layout, and everything is empty behind me. So maybe we'll get there, I think, someday. But yeah, I don't really need to go on about myself. There's people, you can look it up on the website or send an email if you got questions.
Well, just as a personal vouch for both of you, I'm a proud owner of a Proto Throttle, and every single locomotive that I own has a scale sound system speaker in it. And if I can definitely attest, even though I'm doing my own unique thing with lighting, that your products are very integral to my layout being as immersive as it is, beyond just the visual. But with that said, we can move into the question and answer if you guys are ready. We've got some questions for each of you here. The first one that we got that came in is for JT, and I'm pretty sure this is one he gets a lot, so hopefully he's ready for it. But there's a question that says, JT, there's still an N-scale speaker product filter on the website. Is that vestigial or in development? I know it's hard to get good bass in small enough speakers for N-scale.
Boy, I thought I deleted that category off the website. He might need to refresh his browser or something. But so I started in N-scale. My first sound install ever was an N-scale Kato NW2, about the size of my thumb. And it's on my YouTube channel. That was the very first sound install that I ever did. I went I just went crazy. I said, if I'm going to do a sound install, I want to do something that nobody's done before. And so I was doing development with N-scale sound, but the format, it's pretty modification heavy in most scenarios. You got to get in there and rip a lot of things out and cut some metal out, and there's a lot involved. And I know that Iowa Scaled and I sort of worked together and co-developed the Run and Smooth Power Keeper, which is sort of a stay alive, but it's really just a buffer for use in N-scale that it eliminates all the little weird dropouts and stuff that we normally encounter with an N-scale sound. So that's how I started, but I'm finding it challenging. I think that the industry needs to mature a little bit more with the products that we can use before in-scale sound becomes broad and popular enough. And so it takes a lot of time and money and resource and space and inventory and so many things that go involved with releasing another product. I need to see the demand get a little bigger and it become a little more broader before I can sink too much more resource into it.
Gotcha. All right, we got another one for Nathan as well. We've got somebody that's curious if the sound conductor project is still in progress.
I think, is Scott watching, Nathan?
Yeah, Scott, is that you?
He is watching. I know he is. He's watching.
So for those of you who don't know, so I told you the story about Scott getting started on the Proto Throttle. Well, his second idea was because he does like to operate with two-man crews, a complementary product called a sound conductor that would make various train noise. I mean, it would give you the ability to use a penny tail whistle, on the end of a train for calling out to the head end or calling your brakeman back. It had coupler clank and the ratchet of setting brake handles, things like that. Basically, sounds that would be triggered by your ground crew rather than from the engine. The best answer I can give is it's not dead, but it's also not alive. It's kind of like the unholy undead. We'll eventually get one out for Scott. Whether it becomes a product or not depends on how much interest there is beyond that and how much of an utter pain in the rear it is to manufacture. Because it does have some interesting challenges in terms of getting it all in the packaging and all the complex switches and coders and the 3D printed knobs and such to go on the face to make the controls operable without having to look down. So yeah, it's kind of a zombie at the moment. It's not dead. It's definitely not dead, but it's also not at the high. The defect detector is highest on the list because I get asked about that 3 or 4 times a week. Whereas the sound conductor is one of those things that once every 6 months, maybe. So that's kind of like
I may need to start asking you about it once a month myself then, because as I just got pointed out in a direct message from somebody on the NERx team, I have one of my jobs that operates with a shoving platform every time, and would be fantastic to have something like that because I run with 2-man crews. So it's a very interesting product, and I look forward to eventually seeing this undead project in some form of completion, whenever that might be. Got another quick one for David. Somebody just wanted to ask you to repeat where that Fusee product came from.
So the Fusees come from Logic Rail Technologies down in Houston. Chuck Stansel has he's got several products that are kind of along the lines of Iowa Scaled, but different products, that Iowa Scaled carries. But he has the Fusee, and then he has, I think, a grade crossing sensor that I use as well in the layout. That are really nice products.
Don't forget
and his fast clocks. I do have his fast clocks as well.
Yep. Makes an excellent fast clock product.
You know what's funny? Our next question is actually, what technology do you use on your layouts to create time, space, and distance? And that seems like one of them is fast clock, right? But I know
timetables.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that Iowa Scaled even has some products that kind of help with that sort of thing as well, right?
We do have a set of wireless fast clocks. They've been kind of in and out of production due to parts going obsolete and trying to focus on the Proto Throttle and some other things being the bigger products. But yeah, we absolutely have a set of fast clocks. I built them originally for a layout I operated on 20 some years ago, and they've been modernized a number of times. They drive fast time on my own layout. And like you, Paul, I've been experimenting with colored LED strips and dimmers and other things to be able to allow the fast clocks to drive time of day effects, because I do want to do, light fading from day into evening, into blue hour, into night ops, because I do plan to run about an 18-hour day within a 4-hour op session. So
Very cool. And correct me if I'm wrong. Do you have a randomized timer sort of product, or is that maybe somebody else that has something like that, just for like car loading? I know somebody makes something like that, but
we don't have it as a product. James McNabb, who modeled the Hills line, he's modeled the Iowa Interstate Grimes line. He's another member of the Iowa Interstate Mafia.
okay.
He built one as a project for his own layout to do, I think it was gravel loading at, can't remember, gravel loading at maybe Chillicothe. He's now, let's just say, I can't talk about it yet, but he's switching prototypes again, I've heard. So.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. And then
another
we've
thing
got
we do too. Sorry. Another thing we do too is I slow my engines down to where you take it up to notch 8. They just don't go that fast because it's a small layout. And that just creates, you have to run them slow on the layout. It helps create time.
Absolutely.
I absolutely do the same thing. Above notch 4, my speed curve is pretty much flat. It's just sound. So.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yeah. Same thing here. I model a regional with jointed rail where the max speed limit on the prototype is 30 miles an hour, and my locomotives won't go any faster than that either, which definitely helps with that same thing. Really good question here that can kind of be answered by anybody, but for a new to tech model railroader, what is the first product that you would recommend? I think we've got to assume they've already got a DCC system at bare minimum, given that question. But yeah.
Well, I think it would depend. David had talked about what was one of the first things. Well, backdrops was one of the first things you suggested.
That's not tech though. Tech.
That's not really tech.
I guess it could be tech. I mean, if you're using your computer to make the backdrops, absolutely.
I know somebody
stuff like that.
I know someone that's using projection to make moving clouds on their backdrop.
Wow, that's
so
cool.
You can really kind of go crazy with it, I guess.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, I wouldn't suggest like a signal system that's very complex. Generally, a lot of wiring if you do it my way, which was a lot of wiring. I don't know. If you have a DCC system, and you have a larger layout, making sure that you have things separated into power districts, adding some those kind of things, maybe blocking things out a little bit more so you are able to isolate faults, make sure that you've really done that well. And then past that, technology wise, it just depends on what you really want to do. Like if you're really into super detailing your locomotives, weathering them, I would put speakers in from JT. If you want to get more into the operation side of things, I would buy a proto throttle. Mm-hmm. Those kind of things. And then maybe adding grade crossing flashers, from Iowa Scaled or Logic Rail or whoever, and slowly building your electronics expertise. I have a good friend that's helped me with most of the electronics on this, so I've learned from him. My buddy Bob Schabel has really helped me with the electronics on this, but I've watched him and we've worked together, and I've learned so much watching him, and we've learned together how to tackle things, because some things are really not easy, and you may need help. If you're a musician like me, some of this stuff's going to be, over your head. So you're going to need some help. So it's just, I don't know. It just depends on which way you want to go. Learning JMRI, sitting down and really studying JMRI, you can build your panels on JMRI. You can build you can program all your locomotives, really dialing everything in, or your loc programmer if you want to go ESU route. Either one of those are kind of the first step past DCC, is starting to kind of tame your motive power a little bit and make it a little bit more discerning when you run it.
Yeah, from an immersive standpoint, that's the thing. Is from an immersive standpoint, though, I think it depends on what that person is looking for. If he's more operations focused, then I'd say the first thing to get would be a proto throttle. If he's less operations oriented, then start dipping your toe into sound. If he's new to this immersive thing, I don't know where his passions lie, but that would be our suggestion: is figure out what you like the most about model railroading, and what piece of immersive thing can be your next step.
Right.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. It's signaling is massively complicated, and for a lot of people's prototypes, it's not even appropriate. And you've really got to have a passion for it to dip into it. It adds a lot, but it's a lot of work. But ambience, if you're into creating scenes and creating these little captures of life, then ambient sound is a brilliant place to start, because it's simple. You can go back and change things. It helps set the mood. Mm-hmm. But if you're more operations focused, then think about getting into Jammerai, really getting that motive power dialed in, really getting all your power set up the same, speed matched, all the functions mapped the way you want them. And then look at things like the proto throttle or fast clocks if you want to do timetable operations, things like that. It's all about where your love in the hobby is.
Awesome. Well, that is all the time that we have for the roundtable. Gentlemen, thank you so much for hopping on here and talking about immersive technology with us. Friendly reminder for anybody out there in the chat, Iowa Scaled Engineering and Scale Sound Systems are our sponsors for tonight's night of NERx. And if you click the link down in the video description, you can enter to win $50 gift certificates from either of these two fine companies. The deadline to register for those is going to be 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then we'll draw them at about 10 o'clock. But gentlemen, thank you so much for, again, hopping on here with us. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with a layout tour of another really immersive model railroad, Chris Adams Valley Local.
Thanks all. Appreciate you joining us.
Bye, guys.
Hey there, Dennis and NERx people. Welcome to the Valley Local. My name is Chris Adams, and I'm going to be your host today. Coming to see my layout, so I appreciate your time, and hopefully you'll enjoy the tour. We're starting off here in the town of Old Saybrook. This line is an HO scale layout that depicts the New Haven Railroad's Connecticut Valley line from Old Saybrook up to Hartford, Connecticut, with a little bit of the airline branch that comes in at Middletown and a little slice of the shoreline here in Old Saybrook. So you see an R3 number 3554 parked at the station right now with the freight train just stopped at Saybrook Station. It's a little disorienting when you first come down the stairs because you're actually looking south, so east is to the left and west is to the right, but as you'll see later, that's the only way I could get the Y track to fit in here at the bottom of the stairs. Another thing that you'll notice as you come down the stairs, in addition to the photographs and everything that you saw on your way down, I really try to make the experience immersive with all sorts of period things. Like we have a period 1940s radio that is usually playing 40s music during the op session. We also have our sign-in book, which is an actual New Haven Railroad arrival and departure book that we use for crew sign-in. Around the rest of the bottom of the stairs, we also have period calendars and bulletin orders and advertisements that really give you a feel and a sense for being on a railroad in the late 1940s. That's really the experience that I'm trying to go for. So here at the bottom of the stairs, we have the operator's desk. This is where our main tower operator sits, and he controls all of the switches and turnouts in Old Saybrook, so all the trains get routed by him through this control panel here. But when you're up on the branch line, it's all manual throw switches, so it's a whole huge contrast between the main line and all the many trains going back and forth and the branch line as you go up the branch. Just a little bit more about the shoreline. In the late 1940s, my era is 1947 to 1949. During my era, there were 71 trains that came through Old Saybrook during a typical 24-hour period. This was the main line between New York and Boston. And so you'd have name trains, the Senator, the Congressional, the Yankee Clipper, the Merchants Limited. They would all go through this little slice of the layout that I have down here in my basement. So it's nice during an operating session. I have one guy stationed at the east end of the railroad in New London. I have another guy stationed at the west end at staging in New Haven. And they're just firing trains at each other constantly on the actual prototype time schedule on a 4-to-1 fast clock. So we're able to actually replicate every single train that goes through the town of Old Saybrook during, for our sessions, it's usually from about 8:30 in the morning until about 3:30 in the afternoon. And they're just firing trains at each other. In addition to all the mainline trains, we also have 4 locals. We have an eastbound and westbound shoreline local that works the main line. During my era, the westbound local also comes up the Y track here to go up the Valley branch over a lift out that during operating session sits right here and continues north up the line. The eastbound local during my era and on my layout will just come into Old Saybrook, switch the industries here in Old Saybrook, swap cars with the westbound counterpart local here on the swapping tracks in front of the tower, and then continue on to staging over in New London. It's the shortest job on the layout during an operating session, but it has the novelty of actually working both sides of this busy main line. So there's a lot of waiting that he has to go through while he's waiting for clearance for trains to get through. So as we continue, I guess maybe the best thing to do would be first to take you up the line. And so we'll continue up the Valley branch. So from Old Saybrook, the first town that you'll hit is the town of Essex. If you are at all familiar with the Essex steam train, this scene will be very familiar to you. It looks very much the same today, except for these coaling towers here were torn down, I think, sometime in the late 70s, early 80s. But everything else is as it was. Just some basic ground cover scenery in this area for now. But the backdrop is in, still needs a little bit of blending. but the track arrangement is very relaxed, as you'll see, especially for such a small little town. But I never actually figured out what the reduction is as far as compression, but it isn't much. It's not quite to scale, but as you can see, there's plenty of room, and this is where the South End Valley Local, which would originate in New London at the east end of my layout, would come in and basically move its cars around. There's a lot of room, there's track here, a lot of space to assemble its train going north, and also to assemble its train whenever it comes back down the line and continues on to Cedar Hill Yard in New Haven. It's basically for the South End Local, it's really an out and back. It goes up the line to East Haddam and then comes back down the south end of the branch to continue on its way west. As you continue north through from Essex, you go around to get to Deep River. You get to Old Deep River Road, another fairly well-known spot to anybody that rail fans the Valley Line. This is the second grade crossing north as you depart the station, and it's got a nice curve and a cut. I try and replicate as much as I can what is actually on the prototype. So I've got the curve here, a little super elevation, we've got the cut as well. But we all have the same compromises as everybody else. Everything is extremely compressed. This is about a 5-mile stretch right here between Old Deep River Road and the south end of Deep River Yard. So you come into Deep River proper. Again, if you're familiar with the Essex steam train, this is where you would get onto the steamboat in Deep River and do your little cruise up and down the river, and then get back on the train to head back to the station after your little cruise. One of the things I'm proud of is my photo backdrops. I almost 90-95% of them are shots that I've taken myself in the locations. So as you can see, this one is just kind of mocked up right now. It needs some photoshopping to get rid of the modern watercraft and boats and whatnot. But this is exactly the scene that you would see looking across the river from Deep River, Connecticut. So it really gives you a sense of the space and where you are, the sense of location. Again, if you're familiar with the Essex steam train, this is going to be Tate's Cut, which is just north of the grade crossing that leads down to Deep River Landing in the town of Deep River. So that's going to be kind of a hard thing to model because there's so many people that are familiar with what it looks like. I'm going to have to, I think, bring in my friend Bill Schneider to help me with the rock work to make sure that it's as accurate as can be. As you continue north on the line, you'll come into the south end of the town of East Haddam in Goodspeeds. As you'll also see from time to time around the layout, you'll see that I've pasted up some reference photos because, again, I'm trying very hard to replicate the prototype as closely as possible during my era. So what you have here is Route 82. That's this road here, and this road here, also known as Bridge Street, because it would go across the swing bridge that was built in 1913 that goes from the west side of the Connecticut River to the east side. Some of you may be familiar with a guy named Dave Messer. He was a contributor to RMC for many years during the 80s through the 90s and early 2000s. He passed away, unfortunately, during the year of COVID in 2020, but he was in the middle of building this building complex for me, which is the old East Haddam Freight House that had been added onto on the north end of the building a little bit. So I've got kind of a kit in process that I'm working on, and it'll be kind of neat posthumously to collaborate with him a little bit on this build. But he did a lot of the buildings that you'll see in Wethersfield because he grew up in Wethersfield, Connecticut. So he was very excited to make sure that he built almost all the buildings in Wethersfield for me, and I was more than happy to let him. So we'll get to that eventually. And then the scenic highlight on the prototype Valley Line as well as on the model is really Shalerville Bridge. So this whole scene was done by my friend Bill Schneider. It is scenic in that it is the only real high bridge on the line. Most of the line just goes along the shore of the Connecticut River, which in itself is picturesque and very scenic, but not exactly dramatic. But a little exception here because you have the old Middlesex Turnpike here in the foreground. Today is Route 154. The Shad Shack, which is still there today, although falling down. But this is a little model of that. Connecticut River shad, famous in the region, and grown and harvested here on the Connecticut River. And of course, Shalerville Bridge itself, which is the high bridge, originally had been a covered bridge, which is why you have these funny abutments. You'll see a lot of that on the Valley Line, where you've got these abutments that come out onto stone walls, and that was because originally they were covered bridges that were replaced during the late 1800s. Again, a prototype photo here to give you some reference. Now, before we continue north from East Haddam and continue into the town of Middletown, let's talk about these other little sections of railroad that we have. That was going to be my only layout before I decided to get into this project. All I was going to have was going to be these 32 square feet. I had a 4x8 layout that I inherited from a dear friend of mine that I had met back in the early 1980s. And when he passed away, his widow gave me the 4x8 layout. But what his forte really was, is he really enjoyed building. And he built all these buildings, and there's interiors in many of them. Many of them are also lit. But eventually it came time to figure out, okay, well, this layout's seen better days. Let's try and salvage it. So what I did is I basically scrapped everything from the railhead down. But I kept all of his buildings and reconstituted them, again, on 32 square feet, but across two 2x8 modules. So now you can actually see everything. Whereas on a 4x8, there were scenes, little mini scenes and building interiors that I had never seen because they were in the middle of the layout. But now I arranged everything so that you could actually see it up close. And the cool thing is that these two modules, like I said, initially they were built to hook in an L configuration, and that's what this hole here is. And like I said, that was all I was going to have as a layout, was this, I was going to have staging off each end and just run these two little modules. But now what role they play in the bigger basement size layout is that these operate as the airline branch. And this right here is a picture of my friend Chet. And when everything was a 4x8, that's what he had. And that's a picture of the layout as it was originally in his basement. So the cool thing is that, unlike the rest of the layout, this is just totally freelance. You'll notice a lot of popular Craftsman kits from the 70s and 80s. There's some Campbell models. There's old Suydam models. If some of you guys will recognize those, Glorcraft. But he was really into just buying things out of the Walters catalog and building those up in his house in Vermont. He did everything by mail order. It's amazing. He didn't have a local hobby shop or anything, and he built all this stuff in retirement. But it's all freelance. There's nothing about the actual airline on these two modules, but it gives the airline local something to do on its way to Middletown. Okay, so this is fictional towns of Somerset and Mill Hollow. You're looking at the town of Somerset right now. Mill Hollow was, we went by it a little bit earlier, and these are two towns that go on the way to Middletown for the airline local to operate. Comes out of staging. The local will originate in staging, work the town of Somerset, then go over a lift out that goes in front of my electrical cabinets here, continues through Mill Hollow, and then continues into Middletown, just like the airline branch, but just operationally. There's nothing about this that's actually airline. With what I hope will someday be one exception, and that's this totally unfinished area. Right here, there, as you come out of staging, you go along this nice sweeping S-curve, and this area here will eventually be the closest thing to the airline branch as I'll have on this part of the layout. And these are all the reference photos. I mean, this is a part of the line that went from Cedar Hill Yard in New Haven up through the towns up through Middlefield on its way to Middletown. And this is going to be a typical Middlefield looking area. Farmland, just a nice sweeping S-curve with a little super elevation on the curves. It should, if I do it right, it should come out looking like a really nice scene. And using these reference photos as my inspiration, that's really what I wanted to try and look like. So from there, both lines now, we left the Valley Line in East Haddam. on its way through Shalerville Bridge to go to Middletown, and the airline branch, so-called, is on its way to Middletown as well. So I guess the next place we should go is to Middletown. So we'll continue. As you continue north on the Valley Line, you go across Sumner Creek, which kind of divides the south end of Middletown from Middletown proper. Again, on the fascia, I have all my reference photos to give me the sense of what I'm trying to accomplish, and to give me the reference for trying to get things to be as prototypical as possible. As you come through the south end of Middletown proper, you have Davis Lumber, which is replicated here, again with some assorted buildings from Bill McGuire. I can look at the city of Middletown, and I built the tower. And one of the buildings at the north end, and I did the freight house mock-up. Everything else in the city of Middletown, there's no way I've got enough time in my life to have built all these buildings. So credit where due. I've got some of Bill McGuire's buildings from his layout. I've got a couple buildings from Dave Messer's layout. I even have a bunch of buildings that John NERx was actually working on for the city of Troy on the NEB&W. So these triple deckers, some of the buildings in the background over here, the Railway Express building, a lot of those buildings were built by John NERx. But it's not, certainly not brick for brick or even building for building, anywhere close to the prototype Middletown. Just don't have the space for that. But I'm definitely trying to convey the feel. And that's really what a good layout, I think, does, is it conveys the sense of the space and the time that you're trying to model. It's impressionist painting. Right. As you continue north of Middletown, I have a mock-up here for the approach to the Aragoni Bridge, which is the famous double arch bridge across the Connecticut River. And the north end of Middletown is kind of proto-freelanced. The track arrangement is pretty accurate for the south yard. Middletown actually had a south yard and a north yard. Couldn't get them both in, so I just modeled the south yard. I've got the two house tracks for the freight house, and then this building here stands in for Meacham Stoddard Feed Mill, which was a big feed mill in town. And then the rest of the buildings are just, again, to convey some of the sense of, the north end of Middletown. This is the building that I built. The other things I'll purchase buildings at train shows. Like I said, I'll pilfer them over from other layouts that are being retired and whatnot. I have no shame when it comes to that because it's a big layout and I'm one person. So, as you continue north on the Valley Line, you come from Middletown into the town of Cromwell. One thing that I didn't mention before is from Middletown north to Wethersfield, I'm able to replicate every town that the Valley Local served between Wethersfield and Middletown. South of Middletown, I've had to pick and choose, which is why I just have East Haddam, Deep River, and Essex, because those are the most operationally interesting to me, and also help with the moving of the traffic. But from Middletown north, it's every town. And one of the neat things is if the cameraman will come over here and look up the road here, and then this is the prototype photo that I have. This is, you're looking north on the Middlesex Turnpike, and the Middlesex Turnpike / Main Street. This is the photo that I used, conveniently taken near my era, and then I basically colorized it and used it for the photo backdrop at the end of the road there. Still have some blending to do. It's not perfect, but certainly gives you the sense. Anybody that's from the area will know exactly where they are. I used that photograph also to replicate the signage on the crossbucks. And again, I'm not so pure prototypically that I'm above doing a little bit of stretching, a little bit of freelancing, and I can tell you that I have no evidence for there ever having been an Esso gas station at this location in Cromwell. But a good friend of mine, Jim Sacco, who many of you know, ran City Classics, a good friend of mine that passed away some years ago. I wanted to do a little tribute to him, so I used one of his gas station kits, and this was an ideal place to put it. So you continue north from Cromwell, Connecticut. Again, another little bit of a work in progress, but you get to the biggest shipper on the Valley Line. It's Hartford Rayon. Now, Hartford Rayon, you have the factory building here, you've got the warehouse here, and then there's a tank track where they would get tank cars. There's a little switchback arrangement, so it makes it interesting to operate as well. Biggest shipper on the line, they made parachutes during World War II. And so definitely had to have that here. Dave Messer roughed in these buildings. So again, it's nice to have great and generous friends. So he put these things together for me. I did build this house though. I will claim that in the little garage. And as you continue north from the dividend section of Rocky Hill, you come into Rocky Hill proper. And the station building is still there today. The freight house was around, I think, until 2011, but the roof collapsed under some heavy snow, so it got torn down. But again, this scene was built by Bill Schneider early on, including, following the prototype photo. He replicated everything really nicely, and it makes for a really nice scene. So you continue north from Rocky Hill, you come around the end of the peninsula here. You come into the north end of Rocky Hill, the Rocky Hill-Wethersfield town line. It's a little area known as Goff Brook. This is the Goff Brook Bridge. This is Middlesex Turnpike. Same road that you saw in Cromwell that was the old colonial road between Old Saybrook and Hartford. Okay, as we head north from the Goff Brook area, we get to the Wells Road area in the south end of Wethersfield proper, where Dave Messer really wanted to try and replicate as many of the buildings of the town that he grew up in as possible. So a lot of these buildings here, actually all of these buildings except for the conveyor here, were built by Dave Messer to replicate Valley Coal at the south end of Wethersfield. He also built what in my era is Grey Rock Bottling Company. And then you have the Wethersfield station. Station is still there today. You've got the house track at the north end of the Wethersfield station. And again, compression. This whole area is about 3 to 5 miles. I had to compress it a bit, but the elements that I wanted to include, had to go where they had to go on the prototype. So we have Wethersfield lumber here north of the station. You have Fernwood Street here. And you have this distinctive looking house here. And this is probably, in my mind, one of the most important, if not the most important structure in the entire layout. And the reason for that is twofold. One, my friend Dave Messer built it from scratch, and he built it based on this prototype photo. And this photo was taken during the summer of 1948, so right in my era. But this house was where my friend John Wallace grew up. Now, John Wallace is almost single-handedly responsible for inspiring me to do the Valley Line, to even model the Valley Line to begin with. Actually, on the prototype, it's a couple houses away from the main line, but as a young boy, as a high schooler, he would hear the Valley Local whistling for the Jordan Street crossing, which is just north here. And he would run out and catch the train and unofficially fire the steam locomotive from Wethersfield, a lot of times all the way down to Middletown. And was a big photographer, very early adopter of photography equipment, even in high school in the late 40s. So all of the photos that he took as a young man, as a high schooler, I mean, these are absolute gold when it comes to replicating this prototype. So I owe a big debt of gratitude to John Wallace, and if there's any dedication to be made of this layout, it's really to him and his friend Dave Messer. Another quick. As you continue north from John Wallace's house, you get to the Jordan Lane area of Wethersfield, at the north end of Wethersfield. Again, you've got Wethersfield Lumber, you've got the Ballantyne's Beer Distributors, which is here on the north side of Jordan Lane. And as you continue to look north, you can see far off in the distance, first photo backdrop, that's actually a postcard of the city of Hartford during my era, during the late 1940s. So a friend of mine, Mike Redden, did the design of the bridge girders from photos that I took. The bridge is still there today. And the abutments were done, well, actually, they were roughed in by Dave Messer, but I put them together. And so that's an accurate depiction of the Route 15 bridge. Now, you might wonder, what this other area is here in the corner. And what I failed to point out is at the north end of the Middletown yard, on the prototype as on the model, there's another branch. So that's the East Berlin branch, and on alternate days when the Valley Local didn't go down to East Haddam, they would go up the branch to East Berlin. So off the north end of Middletown Yard, I branch off and I come into this corner here. Now this is another area where it's a little bit freelance, a little bit prototype. This is the Mattabesset River, which is prototype. The station is just on the north side of the river. East Berlin Station is accurate, built from photographs by Dave Messer. And then these buildings here are more buildings built by Bill McGuire. So he was, getting rid of them. I picked them up, and they have a place of prominence on the layout. Again, photo backdrops. This is one of my first attempts of blending the road into the backdrop, and that is Berlin Street in Berlin, and came out pretty well. I also built the concrete loading dock, and other than that, I didn't build anything else here other than from the railhead down. Scenery and everything, photo backdrops are mine, but the buildings are really tribute to others. So you've come to the north end of the Valley line. That really concludes the tour of the layout itself. And I hope that you have a chance sometime, either during New England Railroad Proto Meet, during NER, the New England Regional Convention, to come by and visit. We'll love to have you.
All right. Thanks, Chris, so much for showing us around your fantastic Valley Local layout. And thanks as well to Dennis Colucci, who filmed and edited that layout tour, along with a few other ones that we've seen throughout the course of NERx. Up next, we've got a couple of tips and tricks coming up. We've got weathering passenger car underbodies and cheap paintbrush cleaning station solutions. Really quickly, though, before we get into those, I just want to give you a friendly reminder that we do have a giveaway going on for 2 Scale Sound Systems $50 gift cards and 2 Iowa Scaled Engineering gift cards. You can find the link to enter those down in the description. Reminder as well that the NER's magazine, the Coupler, if you renew your subscription or sign up for a subscription during the course of NERx, you'll also be entered to win a $100 Bar Mills gift card. So be sure to find the link for that and sign up for the Coupler as well. With that said, let's roll the tips and tricks.
Hi, I'm Drew James, and I'm going to show a short little tip today on weathering, and in particular the underbody of passenger cars. So what I have here is a Burlington Northern. Well, actually, it's a Great Northern, but it was painted in BN green right before the merger. Car that I run on my passenger trains. You can see it has a black underbody. And so I just want to do a little bit of weathering and to show some of the detail that's on the underbody here. And I'm just going to do that by a little dry brushing. So what I have here is just a little bit of a light gray paint, and this is true color paint, but you can use any kind of paint. I also use acrylics or oils, and I'll show that in a second. So just get a little bit of paint on your brush and get most of it off by wiping it off, and then you just go and just kind of highlight the detail. So there's a lot of nice detail here on the trucks, and it starts to stand out a little bit as I highlight it with the dry brushing. You know, there's detail here that I couldn't even see before, but now I can see it, and it's kind of like the paint's being worn off a little bit. So I'm getting this underbody detail. I get a little bit more paint, wipe most of it off. Do this other truck over here. The detail is on that. And it really makes anything that's, not flat stand out a little bit. The paint's being worn off, or there's a little dirt on it. So I'm real happy, especially with these items right down here. They now stand out nicely. I'm pretty happy with that, how that looks already. So now I think I'm just going to add maybe a hint of rust. So I have some oil-based rust paint here, or oil-based paint. I'm just going to put a little bit of it out. That'll be way more than I need. And then I have, my wife tells me this is either a mascara or an eyebrow brush of some sort, but I buy these by the dozen because I can just throw them away and don't have to clean them. But the same thing, just put a little bit of that rust colored paint on the brush, and then I'll just touch, especially the forward edges where paint tends to chip off. So I just want to put a little bit of rust, hint of rust. These cars were pretty well maintained, so I'm not going to try to make them real rusty, but just a hint in different places. And you can see how that detail now stands out very nicely. And that's all there is to it. Easy to do. And these cars will look a lot better on my running over my layout now. Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Valachovic, and I'm here with a tip. It's just a quick little one for a paintbrush cleaning station. I don't really like to use a lot of trash. I like to use purpose-made containers for stuff, but when something makes sense, it makes sense. So I had bought a package of these Icebreaker Ice Cube, they're gum, and when I got done, I noticed that the container had a two-way top, has a top that opens up to change the water out, and it has a smaller opening for cleaning your brush. It stops the evaporation that you get with an open cup. It stops having an open cup on your workbench, which I've had for almost 40 years. And I just fit a piece of pink foam. I cut it to fit on the bottom. But honestly, it's never tipped over in all the time I've had it. But it's just a little safe thing. Just an easy little tip. Keep your eyes open. It was free. And it's a great little thing to keep on your workbench, clean your brushes out.
All right. Thanks so much, Dave and Drew, for your really informative tips and tricks. With me now, I've got a fellow Lake Shores Division member. This is Jeff Faust. He is a professional woodworker and lifelong model railroader. He's a native of Western New York. He draws his inspiration from the Erie Lackawanna, the Pennsy, and various short lines of northern Pennsylvania. And while he works primarily in N scale, he also dabbles into other scales and excuse me, and can't quite seem to quit the American flyer that he grew up with. Jeff's clinic is entitled Barcodes for the Chaotic Modeler. Having seen this in person myself, I'm really excited for it to be shared with all of you. Jeff, is there anything you want to say about the clinic before we get it rolling?
Well, just to say that my barcoding and inventory and organizing process is very much a work in progress, but it has already made a tremendous difference, even in its unfinished state. So I've been very pleased at how helpful it's been to me on a relatively modest, time and monetary budget. So let's learn more. Speed, why
I'm
don't
Jeff
you
Faust,
go ahead?
and my wife says I have too many trains, and I don't think that's the case, but I did get to a realization that maybe I haven't been keeping track of my collection as well as I ought to be. And I live in a very small house. I don't have a permanent layout set up. So most of my operation is done at train shows. I do a lot of T-track. So I will pull stuff out of my collection and put it in a crate and take it to a show, run it there, and bring it back, put it away. The problem I keep running into is that when I put things away, I'm not always sure where they go. I'm squirreling stuff wherever I have room for it. So I needed to do a better means of keeping track of my collection. And it occurred to me that maybe barcodes were part of the solution. So did a little research and found out that barcode readers are actually pretty readily available and inexpensive. And they could interface very nicely with a spreadsheet. Now there are applications out there for things like phone apps that scan barcodes with your phone's camera and scan it into a database. I did not want to be tied to a proprietary app. I want to keep everything open source so that if I needed to migrate it someplace else, there were no barriers to doing so. Now, Excel is a spreadsheet tool that a lot of people are very familiar with, and you could certainly use that. It's very common. I suspect most people have it. I'm using an open source equivalent to that known as LibreOffice Calc. It's an open source spreadsheet. Works very similarly to Excel. So everything you see me doing on LibreOffice here could easily be done with Excel. So my first move was to get a barcode scanner. Little wireless handheld unit from Amazon, cost about $35. Comes with a USB dongle that I can plug right into my laptop. Also comes with a charge cable and an instruction booklet and a little card here with codes for scanning configuration. But you can pretty much plug it in and use it right out of the box. It'll scan all the different barcode standards out there. And when you scan it, it'll enter it right into a spreadsheet cell. So I have that. I made up some barcode labels for things that did not already have barcodes on the packaging. And that was very easily done with, again, the spreadsheet. And I needed a barcode font. There's an open source font out there that I've used. And also a macro that'll do the encoding. So it'll take a alphanumeric string and encode that into a for the barcode so that the reader will read it properly. And that stuff's all available online for free. And some stickers. So for equipment labels, for labeling boxes, I've got a package of 1/2 by 1 3/4 labels. They're small enough that they fit on my rolling stock boxes quite readily. For things like storage crates and that, I have some larger labels. These are 1.5 by 4, but you can use whatever size labels you like. And so I've got crates that are labeled. I don't know if the camera can pick this up easily, but I've got a label with a barcode at the top, and a label, just a quick label for what's in the container and the code. And I've just got all my various boxes for the collection labeled as such. And the rolling stock is also barcoded. Now, in a lot of cases, a lot of the stuff you buy these days, there's already a UPC label and a barcode right on the package. Most of the major manufacturers do that. For some of my older pieces or pieces that were originally sold in runner packs, there may have been a UPC code on the outer package, but there's nothing on the individual boxes. So I make up fresh barcodes for that. And so I've got one of the small labels I can stick right on the side of the box. And you can use whatever identifying code for, when you're making up the labels, you can use whatever code you like. The code I'm using, the barcoding standard, is something known as code 128. It is an alphanumeric barcode, so it encodes not just numbers, but also letters and basic punctuation. So for a lot of the stuff I've got labeled up, I can put the reporting marks of the car in the barcode label, or just make up a sheet of labels pre-made for things that I pick up. I can just put a sticker with a serial code on it. So long as the code is unique, it doesn't really matter. So let's put this into practice, shall we? So this tub here, let's say this is the tub of things I've just come back from the show running. So I pulled some trains yesterday, brought them to today's show, ran them on the layout, put them back in the box afterwards. Now I want to put them away, and I want to make sure I know where to find them the next time I want them. So I've got some tubs here that represent a corner of my basement. Each one has a barcode label on it. I've got a tub labeled for mail and express cars, a tub for hoppers, gondolas, and tanks, and one that's labeled box cars and reefers. Well, my collection's a little more complicated than that, so not everything that goes into these tubs is going to match the labels, but thanks to barcoding, that doesn't really matter, because I can look it up in the spreadsheet and I know where that car is, and I don't have to paw through a number of different boxes to find the piece I'm looking for next time. So let's scan some things here. So I'm going to start out by just make sure I've got everything set up here on my spreadsheet. And looks like I do. So I'm going to scan the code on the tub that I'm going to put this first car in. So here's an express car going in the mail express tub. And here's a baggage car. And here's a passenger car. We'll put that in with baggage express. All right. Got some hopper cars here. So let's go through and scan those. Put them in that tub. There's Caboose. I'll put it in with boxcars. All right. So there's everything scanned. So let's turn now to my spreadsheet. So here's my my spreadsheet, LibreOffice, and this is a very stripped down example version here. So I've got a database of a dozen cars here. You'll see the reporting marks. You'll see what type of car it is, color, and column E, the identifier. That's the barcode. So that links the barcode up with the identity of the actual car. Column F is the location. Now you'll notice right now they all say show bin, because on my way to the show I scanned them all into the show bin. And this the column next to it, those are all the scans I just did. So you will see that there's a scan N03. That's one of the tubs I just put things into, and a series of codes underneath. That third code there, Bradenton, that is the way I encoded the passenger car. It's a sleeper, doesn't have a road number on it. So thanks to the barcode standard I'm using, I can just assign it use the name of the car as the barcode. Makes it very simple. So then I scanned N02 and some additional cars, N01 and N02, and you can see where I went back and forth and scanned different tubs as I was putting the cars in. So I scanned the tub, scanned the cars, scanned the next tub and the cars that are going into that one. So this is all where the cars are going. Now to make all this complete, I've got a macro written up for this spreadsheet that will search that list of codes I just scanned in, and it'll identify the difference between the tubs and the cars, and it'll put the cars in the tub that immediately precedes them and update the locations of everything on the sheet. So when I do this, you can see where the location cells got tagged in green, so it knows those are locations, and the pink ones are the cars themselves. And if it got pink, then it knows that it went into the the location got updated. So if we look at the location field again, everything is N01, N02, or N03, except for one car. So for some reason, my UTLX tank car is still showing the show bin. So it may be that I did not scan that, but let's give that one more try. So I'm going to rescan Hoppers, Guns, Tanks, and give that one more scan. Because I'm scanning through a clear package, sometimes the code takes a moment to read properly, but it went beep, so it read. And let's hit my macro again. All right, well, some glitch in the database, but you get the idea. Now, can you keep track of your cars without barcodes? Absolutely. Sometimes if I'm just moving one car to, let's say I've got a car that I've tagged to my workbench to do a couple repair on, and then once it's fixed, I'll put it back into a tub. I'm not going to get the barcode scanner out to do that. I will update the database, the spreadsheet just manually. But if I'm pulling a large number of cars out for a show, this really streamlines that process and makes it that much easier to keep the spreadsheet up to date and know where I'm keeping my cars. This whole process can be applied to pretty much anything in your hobby hoard. If you've got a bunch of unbuilt kits and you can't remember where you stuck them, when you want to get one out for a build project, you can use barcodes to keep track of that. Any hobby supply, the rolling stock. I'm just showing it with the cars, but I also use it for the locomotives. I also have a collection of HO scale, and it's even more easily done with that. I can put that card right on the barcode label right on the end of an Athearn blue box and be able to read it, as it's sitting right on the shelf. So let's turn off the screen share here. There we go. So, it hasn't solved all of my collection management problems, but it has really been helpful so that when I am looking for a specific item, I don't have to guess which bin I put it in last time. I know that it's in a specific bin, and I can go right there and locate it and get it out and keep my collection under control. I guess that's about it. Peter, any questions you got for me here?
All right, Jeff, what a fantastic clinic, making us more organized modelers, one barcode at a time. We've got some questions for you here in the from the chat. The first one is, would RFID be viable instead of barcodes?
Well, that's an interesting question. I'm not up on the latest in barcode, RFID tags. The last time I looked at the matter, the available tags were a little bit large to put in N-scale cars. Now that is bound to change sooner or later. I could see that being useful for my unboxed rolling stock, which I still haven't figured out, the nuances of using barcodes to keep track of that. With the box stuff, I can say put all the stuff on the shelf with the barcodes facing out, and if I need to quick check my inventory on what's all on the shelf, make sure that everything's properly updated, I can just take the scanner and go right down the shelf, bing, 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 bing. I don't think you could do that with RFID. So I think our RFID has applications for this, but stickers are cheap. Everybody has a printer. The scanner is $35 if you get a fancy Amazon one like I did, or you could just use the camera on your phone if you wanted to cheap out a little bit on it. So I think for my purposes, the barcodes are the right solution.
Awesome. And speaking of the scanner, can you tell us where it is that we can find a link to the scanner if anybody wants to pick this up and try it out themselves?
Yeah, I got the scanner off Amazon. It was like $35. I put together a handout sheet with the resources. It's posted on Google. The link should be posted somewhere around with this video. Look for that, and that has links to all the resources I've been using for this project. So it has a link to the scanner page, has a link to the macro that I'm using to encode the barcodes. Has a link to the barcoding font that I use to actually print out the stickers, and a link to the open source spreadsheet that I'm putting this all together with for people who, for whatever reason, aren't using Excel for that. But Excel will work perfectly well, you know, and it's just about everywhere. So that's all that stuff is on the sheet.
Awesome. And that actually about wraps up our time. We're running a little bit short and need to get caught back up. But thanks, Jeff, so much for logging on and chatting with us a little bit after your clinic. And hopefully you've made much more organized modelers out of all of us. Up next, we've got a tips and tricks video from some goober named Paul Stamp about wire trees. And Speed, why don't we roll that along with a few other tips and tricks. Hey everybody, I'm here today to talk to you all about creating your own custom wireform trees. And I know to some that might seem like an incredibly daunting process, but I'm here to tell you today that I'm going to be able to show you how to do it in under 5 minutes. And if I can do that, that certainly means that any of you should be able to churn out wireform trees in rapid succession. All right, and next up, we've got another great tip and trick entitled Chain Link Fence from Dick Air.
Hello, my name is Richard Hehir, and I'm a member of the Central New York division of the NMRA, and it's my pleasure to do this presentation this evening on how to put together the Walther's corrugated fence kit. Now, I had done this, I had tried this a couple of years ago. I found it very difficult to do. It didn't come out the way I wanted it, but I faced the necessity, really, of having to have a corrugated fence, a very long one, 120, 140 scale feet, and I didn't think other type of fencing really was appropriate for that area. So I gave it some thought before I tackled it, and this is what I came up with. That worked okay and saved me a lot of frustration, and it looks okay. The secret, of course, with gluing, we all know, is you have to have two pieces come together and stay together while the glue cures. And with this fence, we're talking about very, very small pieces. So what I did was, using 3-inch painter's tape, tape that to my glass surface. Always work on a glass surface when I'm gluing. And then I taped the ruler, the scale ruler, to the surface. Now, the fence, the components of the kit are the poles, and you can probably see here that there is an extension on the top of the pole, and that would be for barbed wire. I wasn't going to deal with that, so I just cut off the poles. The cross members are spring wire, and we've all worked with spring wire. And spring wire does what it wants to do, not necessarily what you want it to do. And then finally, there is the mesh that represents the corrugated fencing. So I'm going to present here, we're going to put together a 30-foot span, in other words, 4 poles. And to start with, I decided to space these about, to space these exactly 10 feet apart. You could use 8 feet. They say in the kit that it's rare to use longer than 10 feet. I'm just going to put my cheetahs on here so I get this straight. So first I'm going to mark off 4 spots that are 10 feet apart. And then, using a square, I'm going to draw a line much taller than the fencing, than the poles for the fence. Because I want, first of all, I want the bottom of these poles all to be the same line. And I want the poles to be as perpendicular as we could possibly get them. When it's out of perpendicular, it really doesn't look very good. And then I just stick these down. You'll see that there's a little knob at the top here, cap. There's also one further down. And those are where we're going to glue the cross members. So I just attach these. Making sure that they touch the bottom of that the bottom touches the edge of the ruler. And then we're going to lay on the cross members. And these I'm going to hold in place with just a small piece of painter's tape, because I want to make sure it's pressed up against the pole. doing that for the top and the bottom. As I said, spring wire, we've all used those for tortoise machines. It does what it wants to do. Now, you tape the upper cross member just below the knob and the lower one just above the knob. So that that gives you a good reference point. A little bit of difficulty getting this last one in place. By the way, I would mention, just in the way of hints, that to there we go. That to cut this spring wire, what I use is this tool that you use to pull nails or cut off the back of nails, with, of course, always your safety goggles. I also use this when I'm clipping off the spring wire that comes up through from your tortoise machine. And there's a little irregularity there. That's okay. These fences get bent pretty well. Now that's in essence what we want. We want the surfaces are held together. They're held in place. We're going to use super glue. I don't find a necessity to use a kicker with this. Just another hint. I like to keep these in a hermetically sealed, like a preserve jar. I throw some of that silica packages in there. It seems to work pretty well. To apply the glue, I like to use these micro brushes. Just take the tip off the end, I'll carve it down to a nice point, and I'm just working down the line. So it's a little bit, okay. Now to cut the mesh, I use a razor blade, and I've again taped this down. You would think I'm getting paid by the National Institute for painter's tape, but that's not the case. I have no commercial sponsorship here. But you want to cut this, they say just under an inch. I like to cut it a little larger, and then I'm just going to trim it off once it's in place and it's all cured with this razor blade. So I know that this is about 4.5 inches. And I've got this taped on 2, 3, 4.5 inches. I'm just going to make a cut. Now again, I'm going to tape this down. It's going to overhang. I like it to I'm going to glue, where I'm going to apply the glue is right where the cross members hit the poles. I'm going to try to use as little as I can. When you apply the glue to this mesh, it's going to sort of capillary activity out, and the final product doesn't look like a nice solder joint. It doesn't take much. And the problem is, now for instance, when I first did this, in the interest of being very overly cautious, I put some midway between the poles. The problem with that is it spread out when you spray painted it. It looked very apparent. It looked very unprototypic. You could walk away and come back in a few minutes. This would be fine. I think in the interest of time, I'm going to do two things. Just going to put another little piece of tape on this. We will hit this with a little kicker accelerator. The way I like to apply this is also with I like to hold it horizontally as I bring it to the work, and then as I just bend it down and just drop a piece on, a drop on. That's it. As I said, I normally wouldn't even do this. I'm not that impatient. And then I would just trim this back with a razor blade. There is that impulse, and I certainly gave into that, of adding more glue. It just, you don't need it in the final product. And just go right down the line and just keep trimming off the excess mesh. And now for coloring of this, I've used this fine service primer, light gray from Tamiya. Actually, I was very satisfied with that color, the way it came out. I always, however, have to hit things with pan pastels. So for the bottom part of the fence, where the rain would splash up onto the fence and cause it to deposit dirt and grime there, I use and this will all be, these references will all be shown at the end of the presentation. This is a pan pastel burnt sienna extra dark. And I'm a great one for adding a little bit of rust. And what I like to use for the old rust, something that I didn't discover, but I'd seen on another presentation, is Pan Pastel's Red Iron Oxide Extra Dark. And again, those references will be at the end. And then finally, in the way of mounting this on the layout, I don't like to glue these in. I'm going to mount this right up to the lower pole, and I just made this. This is just a small nail glued into the bottom of a styrofoam rod, and I would just go to the layout, mark out 10-foot spaces, try to hold this as perpendicular to the layout as I can, push it in for the hole, go down the line, and then just push the fence in. I don't like to glue it in because it gets knocked by whom? Not people who come here to operate, of course, but by the guy who spends the most time on that layout. I'm knocking stuff off all the time. It's much easier just to push it back in the hole as opposed to when the bottom gets broken off, and then you're really in trouble. But thank you again. Enjoyed this opportunity to do a presentation.
Well, welcome to the drawings for two $50 gift certificates from each of our sponsors. You met JT Burke of Scale Sound Systems and Nathan Holmes of Iowa Scaled Engineering during the Immersive Technology Roundtable discussion earlier this evening. Scale Sound Systems and Iowa Scaled Technology are our sponsors for this evening's program. Scale Sound Systems is a leading provider of a drop-in speaker systems that emit unparalleled realistic sounds for your locomotives, from early steam to modern diesels, regardless of the decoder used. They also offer a wide range of LED conversion kits, decoders, and 3D printed detail parts to enhance your model train realism. Learn why they are quickly becoming a leader in immersive technology and sound by visiting their website at scalesoundsystems.com. Founded by two engineers with an interest in electronics and railroading, Iowa Scaled Engineering designs and manufactures a variety of useful widgets, focusing on both the makers and tinkerers of the world as well as model railroaders. Innovative products such as the Proto Throttle, Squealer, Motorman, and much more have revolutionized the immersive nature of technology in model railroading. You can find their full line of products at iascaled.com. Okay, I know we have some anxious folks out there wishing we would just spin the wheel, and Paul is here. He's going to help me with the drawing. What I will do is I'll spin the wheel and Paul will announce the winner. We will alternate each drawing, beginning with Scale Sound Systems. Are you ready, Paul?
Absolutely.
All right, let's give it a spin. This is for Scale Sound Systems. Our first winner, number 65.
65 is Tim Clegg.
All right, congratulations, Tim. All right, so we're going to remove Tim from the list and we're going to give it another spin. This time it's for Iowa Scaled Engineering. Number 5.
5 is Ted Smith.
All right, congratulations, Ted, for Iowa Scaled Engineering. And we're going to remove Ted from the list, and we're going to give it another spin, this time for Scale Sound Systems. Lucky 13 tonight.
Thomas Gazier.
All right, congratulations, Thomas, for Scale Sound Systems. Okay, we'll remove Thomas, and we'll give one final spin for Iowa Scaled Engineering. number 100.
Paul Blust.
What was the name again, Paul?
Paul Blust. B-L-U-S-T.
Number 100, not 110.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. Yep, that would be Kirk Bateman. My apologies.
All right. Well, congratulations, Kirk. And thank you again for Scale Sound Systems and Iowa Scaled Engineering for being our sponsors of NERx. And Paul, back to you for the next segment.
All right, so we've got one final layout tour left for the entirety of the 2026 NERx, and that is the New York Society of Model Engineers, and they are celebrating their 100th anniversary this year. Pretty incredible. Steve, let's roll the tape.
Good evening. My name is Doug Chadwick. I'm the president of the New York Society of Model Engineers here in Carlstadt, New Jersey. This is our 100th year in operation. We've been in several, we started in New York City, of course. We've been in several places. This is our 7th location. We got evicted from 4 of them. So when we landed here, we bought the building. So we're not going to be evicted from this place. We have 2 layouts, well, actually 3 if you want to count this N scale. We have an O scale layout and an HO scale layout. The O scale is the Union Connecting Railroad. This, because of our various locations, this is now in its 5th edition. The HO scale layout has only been in 4 of our locations, but we've replaced it twice here, so it's now in the 4th edition. We have about 45, maybe 50 members, and we have pretty reasonable dues. So if anybody would like to join, come on over. We have people coming, members from New York City, New York State, New Jersey, Staten Island. So we draw from a wide area. Well, this is our display case here in the lobby. So when visitors come in, they can take a look at things. I'll start with these cars right here. These are refrigerator cars made in the 30s and 40s, handmade by one of our members, Bob Wagner. He wrote to the companies of these refrigerator cars and got the plans for the design. He got the color codes for the colors. He got the manufacturer of the cars. He then wrote to the car companies, and they sent him the blueprints. He wrote to DuPont, who supplied him with paint chips for the cars that they gave to the original, and he built these by hand, including painting all these things by hand. These are not decals.
Good evening, my name is Andrew Bruscott. I'm an NMRA member, number 14375. Been a member since 1960. I've also been a member of the New York Society since 1960. It was one of the first things I did when I got out of college. I came here and joined the society. I've seen quite a number of changes here. Doug just mentioned earlier that we've had 2 different HO gauge layouts here. We've had the main layout of the O scale, which is basically what was built in the 50s. It's been added to. We've added yards and more trackage to it, but it's been added to. The same thing goes for the HO layout. The HO layout over the years has been added to and changed. Like I said, we had 2 layouts. This has been the second one. But we still, because we rely on the public to come in, pay a couple of dollars at the door. That's one of our main sources of income. As Doug said, we own this building. We have a lot of things going on here that we have repairs and stuff. One of the things we've been fighting now for 10, 12 years is that we are still being charged taxes for the property, even though the building itself is classified as a museum. And then we have that classification from the state of New Jersey. But this is what we call the front room of the HO. The HO layout is basically it's based on New Jersey areas. The scenery is all New Jersey. The city is called Union. The main station, it's about halfway between the ends of the layout. We start on the HO layout down below in a hidden storage facility that has 12 tracks to it. Each track can hold up to 3 15-foot trains. We put 30-foot train in and a 15-foot, and we can do a 45-foot train. Any member can bring in any kind of a train he wants as long as it passes an inspection of equipment. We run anything. Members can go anything, which makes it very interesting for the public to have all these different trains coming in. We start off in the exhibitions with just, like I said, just running trains one right after another, and we do that also on the O-scale layout. It's basically, as you can see, these are dioramas. They're deep dioramas. If you're looking right now, we're looking at the O-scale diorama. It's going back almost 20 feet to the mountains in the back there. All those mountains are flat on the wall. They're hand painted. Some of them are hand painted. Some of them are hand painted, but then they add lighting to it to build it up a little bit to give it a little bit of depth. But that background is only about 3 inches deep. We did have operating catenary a long time ago when we had outside third rail on the O-scale layout. The catenary started breaking down. It's been rebuilt by one of our members who is a New Haven fanatic, and it's New Haven A-frame catenary. The train you see coming out right now is 40 cars of Atlas reefers, the different Atlas reefers. As Doug was pointing out in the lobby, the Atlas reefers were originally copied from the cars that we had here. We have all the drawings for them that Bob Wagner, who built the cars, and we supplied them to Athearn. That started their collection of reefers. It's really progressed. I think Atlas now has over 1,000 different reefers in HO and O scale that they've gotten plans for from different locations. But we gave them about the first 50 sets of plans. The tail signs were sort of a gift from the Lackawanna Railroad. When I say sort of, when we were down in the Hoboken terminal, and William White, who was one of our benefactors, he decided he was going to leave the Lackawanna Railroad and went to the New York Central. A couple of months later, we got told, gentlemen, we don't need you here anymore. And that's one of the places we got thrown out of that Doug was talking about earlier. We were lucky enough to find a location out here. It's only 8 miles from New York City by the Holland Tunnel. We're a quarter of a mile from MetLife Stadium, which is where the Giants and Jets play and whatnot. We came out here in '55. We've been here ever since. Down this way. Now, the building is separated into 2 rooms. When the building was purchased, it was a small warehouse for magazines. They supplied magazines to the newsstands in New York City. When we came in, we took it over. One of the first things we did was we had to lay a floor in here. This was all dirt one time. Now we've come into the back room. The HO gauge again is a diorama. It's built in 5 levels back here. You can see it, a lower level, middle level, it goes up. The highest level on the railroad in the back room is the coal mine that's up there. The coal branch comes off of the main line, and it's a separate branch off the main line. There's 2 coal mines on the layout right now. There's one here and there's one in the front room around the other side. In the HO layout, there's basically what I like to say is 2 different railroads. We have a mainline railroad that starts at the Hidden Yard, which is under this area of the layout. Starts at the Hidden Yard. It comes up and we call it the main line. You just got a simple name, main line. The main line operation is the long distance trains, heavy freight, passenger trains. It interchanges with the branch line at 3 different locations. But when it goes into the branch line is now the operating area of the railroad. Branch line, you can bring in 15 to 20-foot cars. There's a small yard here on the branch line, which the trains on the branch line, the freight trains on the branch line will operate out of. They can switch industries and locations through the branch line, and it will literally swallow 100 cars. You can see the main line with the signals on it right there. To the left of it is the branch line, and here again, all little industries around on the branch line where you can lose those cars if you want. Is the main line, I can't remember the length of the main line. Total length of the main line, I think the run is about 1,000 feet. But there's 6 different signaling systems used on the main line. Right straight ahead, you have the most modern ones, which are the Darth Vader type signals. If you come around over here, I believe these are Lackawanna signals. We have New York Central signals, Pennsylvania Railroad signals, B&O signals with the color position. In fact, if you look straight back into the middle of the layout, you can see the B&O color signals on that section of the railroad. I believe these are the Lackawanna style. And once you get into the branch line, you'll run into these, the semaphores. That's all operated with semaphores. We have a very good electronics and electrical committee. They take care of all this electrical work, and it's just amazing the amount of stuff they can do with that. All right. Now we're going to cross back into the front room again. This is the opposite side of what we started filming. This is the back side, but the back side is another complete diorama. And then you can see up the top there is another mine. There's a large section in here, about 10 feet, that is set up for building a 3rd and a 4th mine. And that's the coal mine section. Right now it's open. The guy that controls the staging yards, he sits directly below that, but he can pop his head up out of there occasionally and see what the hell's going on. We've gone around the HO layout, and now we're back looking over the yards. We have a operating hump yard that comes down through the middle of the freight yard. The city over there is a main passenger terminal area. That's the coal yard.
Organization, 1963. As a junior, as a teenager. Okay.
This background with me talking about it a little bit. All right. What we're doing is we're doing a little discussion about the O-scale layout. The O-scale layout is old. It's old school operation. The control panels, which are straight up the top there, you have 3 operators up in there. It's, when I say old school operation, it's toggle switches, rheostats, and if you throw the toggle switch to the left, the train goes eastbound. You throw it to the right, the train goes westbound, and whatnot. The layout itself was designed when we first came in here. Most of what you see in this layout has been here since the 1950s. The freight yard is not a newer thing, but the freight yard was moved forward doing a conversion of the O-scale layout from outside 3 rail. When we say outside 3 rail, it's like a subway train operation. You had the 2 running rails and then a small outer rail. All the locomotives had what they call whiskers that stuck out the side and would pick up the power from it. In the 1980s, we started converting it. It's in 3 levels. and it was basically designed by a fellow named Henry Wilhelm. The layout was designed by Henry Wilhelm back in the 1950s. To say the least, when they had to move out of the Lackawanna terminal, they were extremely unhappy. And when they came here, they decided, they're going to build a Lackawanna terminal. No, we're not going to build a Lackawanna layout. We're going to build an Erie Railroad layout. This is basically designed on the Erie Railroad, starting in Jersey City, although the name, this passenger terminal's Jersey City. The yards are called Secaucus, and Ridgewood Junction we got on here. We have the old line of the Erie going up to New York State. Both the lines split apart at Ridgewood Junction, spread out. There's two different routes going westbound. They come together on the third level, just outside of Port Jervis, which is the upper level of the line. As I said earlier, it's an old school layout. It operates off of DC. There's no computer systems on here, except now in the last year and a half with the advent of Bluenami, which is the decoders that will accept operation through your phone. We now have a number of locomotives on the layout that operate on Bluenami. The only thing is that we can't operate. Well, we can. If you've got a really, really good operator, you can operate both systems at the same time. The reason we can get away with that is, so we have about, like I said, I think we're up to more than a dozen locomotives that will operate on Bluenami, and we'll probably run one or two of those later on with the sound systems in them because they're amazing. We have a pretty extensive trolley system on the layout. This trolley system was built about 50 years ago, and over the last 5 years, the wire is literally breaking apart because it had stretched out, and the solder used back in those days was eating up the wire. And we've been rewiring it and whatnot. When we started doing this, we found out that the city section was wired for all kinds of stopping blocks. The guys who built it are long gone and past. Nobody ever told the younger crowd, and right now the younger crowd that's operating on this is me, and I'm going to be 80. So I didn't even know about this until we started rebuilding it. But if anybody out there is watching, we're looking for some trolley guys to help us out a little bit. We need trolley track layers, and we need a couple of guys who can work with the overhead catenary, overhead wire.
All right, so that is a wrap on NERx 2026. Thank you, everybody that's contributed to making this virtual clinic a success. We've had a lot of work from a lot of the people here on the screen and a lot of people that aren't on the screen, and we appreciate all of it. And we appreciate all of you for tuning in. We appreciate all our sponsors, and we're looking forward to seeing you back again in 2027. Thanks, everybody. Take care, and we'll see you in the next one.